Chapter 1613. The matters of the banquet were all left to the people of Tonghui. However, most of the matters were handled by Old He's wife, and Zhu Zi's parents. The old village chief, on the other hand, hurriedly got into the carriage and rushed out of the city. Although the carriage was expensive, the old village chief did not lack money because of the noise on the mountain. Moreover, this matter concerned the reputation of Tonghui in the future. And this pig was the main dish of this banquet. If he was not sure that this pig really had no smell, why would he be in such a hurry? However, on the official road, the old village chief faintly heard the roar of the pig. He secretly laughed at himself. Now he was hallucinating, and in the hallucination, it was the sound of the pig. Oh my God! Is this *King Pig? Old Jing, this thing you're pulling, is it a pig? At this moment, the old village chief only reacted when the driver of the carriage exclaimed. He opened the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. Instantly, his eyes widened. At this moment, Xing Tufu, his wife, and his son were all wearing brand new clothes. They were pulling a carriage, but there was a big fat pig in a cage on the carriage. Behind this carriage, there were several other carriages, and there was no end in sight. These carriages were all loaded with fat pigs that were whining and groaning. The people pulling the carriages were all wearing the uniforms of the county government. On the side, the old master of Chang and county government, Niu Weili, was pushing the carriage. His official hat was tilted to one side. Seeing the driver shouting, Xing Tufu wiped the sweat on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the old village chief. He said in surprise, "Oh, isn't this old son? What's the matter? Why are you still caring about the carriage?" How could the old village chief have the time to talk nonsense with him? He asked anxiously, "I'm asking you, these pigs, are they Feng Zi's toys?" Xing Tufu wiped his sweat and proudly patted the carriage. "That's right, hee. Old village chief, you didn't expect this, right? These 10 pigs are the first batch of piglets born on our mountain. They're not even a month old and they're already so big. Where did you go to find them? How could you find them? Let's not talk nonsense, okay? What time is it now? Who will be responsible if the banquet is delayed?" Niu Weili urged impatiently. When the old village chief heard this, he realized that this wasn't the time to brag. He quickly jumped off the carriage and gave the coachman some money. He said, "Brother, please return to the city quickly. Tell Tonghui about this and ask them to help me." On the other side, outside the Tonghua gate, Old Ho called out to the people in Tonghui to pick vegetables, chop firewood, and cook the braised food. Looking at the endless stream of people, he became even more anxious. The sun was slowly rising over the Taihang Mountains not far away from them. On the Dragon Head Mountain behind him, sounds of hammering could be heard faintly. Apart from a few large houses, there was only a large empty field in the entire phosphate fertilizer factory. There was also a small canal in the middle of the field and 2 large water troughs on both sides of the canal. No one knew what they were for. At the same time, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Censorate, and other big shots had all arrived. They were sitting in a place that had been prepared beforehand. They were looking at a large water wheel that was slowly being set up in the valley not far away. "Quick! Quick, 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 everyone move!" In the midst of a loud roar, Chen Tiniu was sweating profusely as he hurried over. After looking around, he asked, "Old Ho, have you seen Feng Zi?" Old Ho's expression froze. "I didn't hear that Feng Zi was coming." "Oh." Chen Chumo was surprised. He didn't say anything. He picked up the ladle, drank a large spoonful of water, and ran away in a hurry. Then, from the back of the mountain came a louder roar. Looking at these people, Old Ho became even more anxious. He didn't care about these things and couldn't manage them. The only thing he could manage today was to serve these officials a sumptuous meal at noon. That's right. But the key point was, until now, that pig was nowhere to be found. How could this not make him anxious? Without the pig, how could he cook? Compared to the anxiety of Old Ho and the others. That was Li Xiaogong. Today's event was so big that the emperor would naturally come. But he didn't come as the emperor, but as Lao Li. Li Xiaogong didn't know what the emperor was up to, but if there was a slight mistake today, then, but until now, the water will hadn't been set up, let alone the production of phosphate fertilizer. How could this not make Li Xiaogong anxious? But at this time, things were going on. He could only calm down and wait quietly. At this time, a voice made Li Xiaogong's heart sink. Not far away, there was a sudden announcement at the gate of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Mr. Cui Fengjun Yushan from the Cui family in Shandong is here. Hearing this voice, Li Xiaogong and everyone else's heart couldn't help but sink. Was he here to make trouble? Chapter 1614. Mr. Yushan vomited blood and fainted because of the poetry competition with Zhang Feng at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. It was also because of him that Zhang Feng became famous. Zhang Feng even used a miraculous treatment to save Mr. Yushan from the brink of death. After that, Mr. Yushan disappeared without a trace. There was no news about him. However, who would have thought that this old man would appear at this time? This made the crowd involuntarily look at the Tunghua gate not far away. Everyone's eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of expectation. After all, among these two people, one was a literary titan, and the other was the youngest and most legendary Confucian. However, this time, the four great Confucians were not present. Only Li Xiaogong was present. He did not know what kind of impression this person's arrival would make on the opening ceremony of the phosphate fertilizer factory, nor did he know the purpose of this person's arrival. Li Xiaogong took a deep breath and led the officials from the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Personnel to welcome him as usual. So it's Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan. Student greets Mr. Yushan. Amidst the crowd's compliments, Mr. Yushan walked out of the sedan shakily, accompanied by a woman. When the crowd saw this woman, their minds instantly stopped working. This woman's appearance was simply indescribable. Although she was covered with a green veil, her pair of red lips and the fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy as soon as she appeared made everyone unable to help but suck in a breath of cold air. The people present had all seen their fair share of women. For example, at the last Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, Jing Shu, who played the Ocean's Roar with Zhang Feng, Yu who had seductive eyes, and Zhang Yuyao, who was a pretty girl from a humble family. Any one of these girls was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, but this girl, she wore a light green dress and had a graceful figure. She had the charm of Yu, the coldness of Jing Shu, and the pretty daughter of a humble family, like Zhang Yuyao. Such a person, he was simply a monster in the human world. If another eccentric came along, then Zhang Feng, thinking of this, everyone had a strange look on their faces. He looked forward to Zhang Feng's arrival even more. After Mr. Yushan got off the carriage, he cupped his fists towards the crowd and said, "So it's your highness, this old man greets you." Hearing this, Li Xiaogong hurriedly asked, "Dare I ask Mr. Yushan, this woman, Ying, come and greet the lords?" As he spoke, Mr. Yushan shook his head and sighed. This is the old man's granddaughter. She has been spoiled by the old man since she was young and has no sense of propriety. Everyone exclaimed that they didn't dare to accept it. Right at this moment, Cui Ying hastily stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "My daughter, Cui Ying, greets all of you." Li Xiaogong was stunned. This was even more alluring than that sleep-talking voice. If that was the case, cough cough. Amidst Master Yushan's mild and angry coughs, everyone came to their senses. Before they could react, they saw Li Qingqian energetically urging his horse to charge in. Everyone was so frightened that they hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Li Xiaogong didn't expect the crown prince to arrive so anxiously. Although the crown prince had put on makeup and almost no one could recognize him, his expression and actions, Li Xiaogong hastily stepped forward and scolded, "How dare you? Quickly get off your horse." Li Qingqian was originally here to deliver a message. But he didn't expect to see such a beautiful woman. So he slapped the horses, but in a moment of carelessness. In the end, that was how this happened. Under Li Xiaogong's scolding, Li Qingqian finally reacted and tightened his grip on the horse's reins to stop it. Then, he hurriedly got off his horse and apologized to Mr. Yushan. "I'm Li Qingqian. I didn't know it was Mr. Yushan and disturbed you. Please forgive me. You're from White Deer College." Mr. Yushan ignored Li Qingqian. After all, Li Qingqian had put on makeup. Even if someone recognized him, they wouldn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, Li Qingqian hastily bowed and said elegantly, "I'm from White Deer College. My master is Mr. He Xian." Mr. Yushan asked. His eyes lit up. "Then, will your master be here today?" Li Qingqian secretly glanced at Cui Yingying. Seeing that Cui Yingying was staring at him, he hurriedly said, "My master is on the way here. When he heard of your arrival, he specially sent his student to welcome you." Not bad." Mr. Yushan nodded and went to the viewing area with Li Xiaogong and the rest. Cui Yingying glanced at Li Qingqian curiously and gave him a strange look. Then, she followed Mr. Yushan. But when he glanced back, Li Qingqian's heart was bursting with joy. How could Li Xiaogong not see through Li Qingqian's thoughts? He asked with a heavy expression, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come?" Only then did Li Qingqian realize what was going on. He hurriedly said, "It's like this. Iron Bowl and the rest encountered a problem. They said that the water will couldn't be lifted. Fengzi told me to quickly come and settle it." Chapter 16:15. Li Qingqian was right. Just 2 hours ago. Originally, the water wheel was already prepared. It could be said that the water will have been delivered to the mountain before the morning bell rang. However, due to the terrain, it was extremely difficult to install the water wheel at this time. Especially when they were on the mountain, the surroundings were relatively flat, so it was relatively easy to build it. However, it was different here. They were on top of a cliff and there were rapids. So they could not build it. However, in the end, someone came up with an idea. They first assembled the water wheel and then hung it up. However, that was the problem. It could not accommodate so many people. Now, it was almost time. At this time, even Ma Zhou and the others were at their wits' end. Everyone stared at the water wheel in a daze. In the end, they quietly sent someone to the mountain for help. When Zhang Feng learned of this, he scolded everyone and then told Li Qingqian a solution. Only then did Li Qingqian quickly come to help. At this time, all the officials and the nobles were on their way. If there were too many people, it would be difficult to handle. At that time, even if they did not commit dereliction of duty, the emperor would be furious. It would be embarrassing. That was the most important thing. Hearing Li Qingqian's words, Li Xiaogong looked behind him in surprise. He could vaguely see the scene behind him and could not help but feel anxious. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with it. When Lao Li and the others come and see it, do you think this will end up like this? Li Qingqian was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly mounted his horse and galloped towards the mountain again. At this time, Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai from the Imperial College in Hongwen-Guan also arrived with congratulatory gifts. At this moment, the commoners also slowly gathered around. Li Xiaogong looked behind him and could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Please, please don't let anything go wrong. Lord Li, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Ouyang Kai looked at Li Xiaogong with a smile. Li Xiaogong laughed and then returned to his normal state. He invited everyone to enter the viewing platform one after another. The entire viewing platform was set up in the phosphate fertilizer factory near the Tunghua Gate. Not only could he have a panoramic view of the entire phosphate fertilizer factory, but he could also clearly see the operation of the test bench directly above. There were less than 300 seats on the viewing platform, and more than half of them were already occupied. At this moment, as Li Qingqian entered the mountain, everyone seemed to be able to faintly sense that something was amiss. They could not help but look towards the depths of the mountain. Lord Li, did something happen in the mountains? Mr. Yushan narrowed his eyes as he watched Li Qingqian enter the mountain, as well as Li Xiaogong's gaze. Li Xiaogong laughed dryly and said, "How could that be? It's just that one of the components hasn't arrived yet. That's why he sent it over carelessly." Oh. Sir Yushan pondered and then said, "Since there are still a few hours, why don't we go inside and take a look? I've long heard that Sir He Xian is not only outstanding in Confucianism, but also in other aspects. I heard that this set of things was created by him. The old man wants to go in and take a look. What do you think, Lord Li?" In an instant, Li Xiaogong's smile froze for a moment. But it was only for a moment. From time to time, he heard some discussions behind him. Li Xiaogong gritted his teeth and said, "Since Sir Yushan wants to go in and take a look, then fine. Would everyone like to go in and take a look? Since this matter could not be avoided, why not start it now? Hopefully, Zhang Feng could solve the problem this time. Otherwise, they would be dead meat. Sir Yushan must have come with ill intentions this time. Since Prince Li invited us, let's all go and take a look." Ouyang Kai and the others could not sit still. He had heard about the things on the mountain before, especially the water wheel that surrounded the entire residential area and then entered Hubo. It seemed to be prepared for this moment. How could he not want to have this kind of thing? Now that Sir Yushan said so, how could they sit still? They all stood up and responded. Li Xiaogong had no choice but to let someone go ahead and tell Li Qingqian and the others. Then, he slowly distributed the masks to each person and explained the magic and use of the masks. In an instant, everyone looked at the mountain with even more anticipation. The passion in their eyes could not be hidden. On the mountain. When Li Qingqian arrived, Qing Chumo and the others looked as if they had seen a life-saving straw. They immediately pulled Li Qingqian up. "You're finally here. How is it, Feng Zi? Do you have any instructions?" "This thing, now there's only one step left, and that's it." Li Qingqian waved his hand, took out his fan, and waved it twice. Then, he raised his head to look at the curtain directly above, as well as the 4 trembling wooden piles that had fallen into the water below the waterfall. Only then did he say, Feng Zi didn't mention a specific method, only a principle. When everyone heard this, their eyes could not help but widen. However, after waiting for a long time and not hearing Li Qingqian speak, Qing Chumo was instantly furious. He grabbed Li Qingqian's collar and roared, "Say it. Cough, cough, I will say it. Let go of me." When Qin Chumo let go, Li Qingqian pointed at a mountain wall not far away and said, "The principle of the lever is to set up a pole here, and it can be easily solved." Chapter 16:16. The Principle of Leverage. They had never heard of it before. When they heard Li Qingqian's voice, they were all stunned. Even the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works who were in charge of the construction were dumbfounded. They knew what leverage was. Wasn't that what stonemasons used to carve stones? The base of the water wheel had already been installed. All that was left was to erect the main body and set it up. But how much leverage did one need to use to do that? Moreover, they were currently standing on the edge of a cliff. The water from the mountain would naturally flow down to the edge of the cliff. This was also the only place where the water wheel could start moving. It was also Zhang Feng who had set the location of the water wheel here when he found out about this. Most importantly, Zhang Feng had not even come to take a look. In this place, there was only the position of the water wheel and the flat fracture where everyone was standing. It would be difficult for 30 people to stand here. To use leverage, it was simply impossible. Li Qingqian's mind was filled with the image of the girl just now. He could not help but recall the smile she had just given him. At this moment, Zhang Sun and the others saw the sinister smile on Li Qingqian's face. They were so angry that they were trembling all over. But there was nothing they could do. He was the crown prince. Besides, he was the only one who had a solution. If they could not think of a solution, they could only wait to make a fool of themselves. Oh no, Lord Li and the others are going up the mountain. At this moment, Lai Ji could not help but exclaim when he saw the people at the foot of the mountain. In an instant, everyone was shocked. At this time, these people were going up the mountain. Were they King looking for excitement? Li Qingqian, say something. What should we do? Leverage, leverage. Feng Zi is right. How can we use leverage here? Don't tell me we have to split the mountain open. Damn it, if you're spacing out and showing such an idiotic expression, I'll beat you up. Amidst a group of angry curses, Li Qingqian finally reacted. He looked down the mountain and lost his composure. Damn it, it must be that Mr. Yushan. He hurriedly said in a fluster, this must be Mr. Yushan's rotten idea. When Ma Zhou and the rest heard this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were all shocked. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. He hurriedly asked, then what are you waiting for? When they come, are we really going to make a fool of ourselves? Qing Chimo, Wei Shuyu, and Du Go were the most anxious. They had spent a lot of time and effort and spent countless beautiful nights to make this thing. Originally, they were here to show off, but if they were seen as a joke by others, they would be beaten up when they went back. That was not all. When the emperor found out about it, he was destined to be flogged. In an instant, their faces were as ugly as if their fathers had just died. All of them glared at Li Qingqian with red eyes. Brother Gon, if you don't hurry up and get us out of here today, I'll beat you up in front of all these people. Do you believe me when I say at? This time, even Du Go patted the whip wrapped around his waist without any loyalty. Li Qingqian felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly said, hee hee, what are you doing? Wasn't I just thinking about how to get this thing? Come, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chop a few thin and long pieces of wood. When he said this, although the rest didn't understand, they quickly went to do it. There was no other way. Only Li Qingqian had a way. They couldn't not listen. Moreover, when they were in the limelight, they made a fool of themselves first. Damn it, how could they show off? They had lost a lot of face. Fortunately, these people were walking extremely slowly. It seemed that Li Shaogong was deliberately stalling for time. Even so, they could only delay for an hour at most. Half an hour later, these people would be able to reach their destination even if they were stepping on ants. There were more than 30 people. This didn't include Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, Qing Chumo, and the others. These 30 people from the Ministry of Works didn't hesitate. After they received Li Qingqian's order, they didn't care if it was right or wrong. They all went into the nearby forest and found a tree with their butts sticking out. Li Qingqian also knew that this wasn't the time to let his emotions affect his decisions. Therefore, he hurriedly stopped thinking about it. Especially when he thought about the equipment that Zhang Feng had prepared for him, he felt his blood boil. When he came back to his senses, Li Qingqian looked around and then pointed at Chen Chumo. Tainyo, don't just stand there. Go chop down that tree. Chen Chumo looked in the direction of Li Qingqian's finger. Instantly, his eyes widened. At the bottom of the call beside them was a chestnut tree as thick as a wash basin. This tree, it was famous for being heavy. It was so big. What was it used for? He couldn't help but ask angrily, why don't you do it yourself? Are you acting like a monkey? Such a big tree. People are already here to chop it down. Chapter 16-17. However, Chen Chumo compromised in the end. Along with Wei Shuyu and the rest, he watched angrily as Big Axe started chopping trees. It seemed like he was angry or impatient. At this moment, the sound of trees being chopped could be heard everywhere on the mountain. When Li Xiaogong and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown. Chopping trees at this time, didn't that mean that there was really a problem with this matter? Li Xiaogong pondered for a while. Then, he turned to Mr. Yushan and said, Mister, there's a big construction project going on in the mountain. Let's walk slowly. Mr. Yushan asked curiously, didn't they say that the phosphate fertilizer factory would be completed today? How come this old man only saw this water wheel without a primer? If that's the case, doesn't this water will have some great function? Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Cui Yingying asked crisply, I've long heard that President Zhang of White Deer College dabbled in all kinds of things. Recently, I heard that White Deer College has more water wheels. Even the passageways and houses are quite magical. However, this is a phosphate fertilizer factory. We're here today for phosphate fertilizer. This is a great thing that benefits the common people, but, Yingying, don't be impudent. Mr. Yushan frowned and reprimanded her. Cui Yingying turned her eyes and bowed. Uncle Li, I don't know the depth of the matter. Please forgive me. Li Xiaogong's eyelids twitched. This woman looked weak, but she wasn't simple at all. Li Xiaogong took a deep breath and smiled faintly. Miss Cui, you're right. Old man has personally seen President Zhang, or Mr. He Xian, doing experiments on this water wheel. This water wheel was designed to increase efficiency. As long as it's set up, it can produce at least 500 stones of phosphate fertilizer in a day. 500 stones. So much. Everyone was horrified. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about the windmill. Instead, he wanted to see how the watermill operated after it was built. On the other side, Li Shimin received a message the moment he stepped out of Tunghua Gate. That means Mr. Yushan is here. Moreover, there was another important matter. Something seemed to have gone wrong with the water wheel, and now Master Yushan was leading people up the mountain. Hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes flashed with killing intent. He asked indifferently, is there any movement from White Deer Academy? Little Gizi whispered, just now, eldest young master went to the phosphate fertilizer factory. He seemed to have thought of something. It was also because of eldest young master's arrival that Mr. Yushan discovered some clues, bastard. Li Shimin was slightly angered. Mr. Yushan didn't just represent the Confucian school, he also represented the Shandong province, as well as the 5 clans and 7 clans. He must have come here with a purpose. He didn't even have the foresight to praise him for growing up. Now, it seems that he still needs to train. Originally, the matter of the crown prince in front of the emperor had caused a lot of criticism in the court. Li Shimin also regretted it. However, after today's matter, Li Shimin was even more eager to let Li Qingqian go to the battlefield to gain experience. Otherwise, if he couldn't see the situation clearly, he would cause trouble in the future. And Li Shimin also knew that today's phosphate fertilizer factory was related to the 5 surnames and 7 major clans, as well as Guanlong, as well as a kind of subtle connection with the foreign lands. Once the slightest mishap occurred, then everything could only be forgotten. Li Shimin took a deep breath and asked, then has Feng Zi made a move? He has, but he will probably be back in 2 hours. When Li Shimin heard this, only then did he calm down. Mr. Yushan's arrival was naturally for Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng could come this time, then this matter was almost certain. At least for the time being, there wouldn't be any major movements in Shandong province. At least, they also wanted to confirm one thing. As Zhang Feng said, under the same interests, everything could be discussed. And this phosphate fertilizer was the link. Once it was reached, then they wouldn't be entangled in the previous matter. This was the time that the Tang Dynasty needed now. Once the Tang Dynasty was replaced, then all the problems would be no longer a concern. The only thing that Li Shimin was worried about was the effect of the phosphate fertilizer and what kind of mishap had happened in the mountain today. Once this mishap was too big, then, otherwise, why would Mr. Yushan doubt to go up the mountain? At this time, Li Shimin could only pray to God that this matter was a small problem. Otherwise, when the time came, there would be a lot of trouble. Then, he could only take the last step. And now, the negotiations in Xingzhou were in a state of anxiety. And Tuli actually knew about the phosphate fertilizer from who knows where. Li Shimin spent a lot of manpower to find out about today's phosphate fertilizer factory. Tuli's men came to get the phosphate fertilizer. Originally, Li Shimin didn't want to come. On the one hand, he didn't want to expose his identity. On the other hand, he was worried that there would be a problem with the deployment of the phosphate fertilizer factory. From Xingzhou to Mount Longsho, spies had surrounded all the places. Their purpose was to find the hidden Turks among the merchants. Although he didn't know whether these Turks were here to compete or rob, they were like rat shit, which made him very uncomfortable. Li Shimin let out a long sigh. He stretched out his hand from the palanquin and gestured for Yuchi Gong and the others to disperse. Only then did he say faintly, "Today, please don't make any mistakes." Chapter 16-18. Hey yo! Hey yo! Hey yo! As Li Xiaogong and the others slowly approached, they could faintly hear the sounds of laughter. Faintly looking over, one could see that on both sides of the small stream that had fallen down, there were 4 or 5 strong men. They were balancing on both ends of the stream as they slowly lifted up a thick piece of wood. This scene couldn't help but make everyone extremely curious. At this time, why did they make such a thing here? And on this piece of wood, there was actually a long piece of wood hanging down in the center of this horizontal piece of wood. And just when everyone was feeling incredulous, they saw that those men had fixed the horizontal piece of wood on both sides of the cliff directly above the water wheel, in the 2 grooves that had just been dug out. At this time, there were still people pointing at it. And below, someone was even connecting the pieces of wood with ropes, then hanging one end and tying the other side. This time, not only was Mr. Yushan stunned, the masters of the Ministry of Works and Li Xiaogong were all stunned. What were they doing? Lord Li, what are you doing? Mr. Yushan asked. How would Li Xiaogong know what was going on? He said, why don't we go up first and let them tell us? Li Xiaogong knew that this must be Zhang Feng's trick. At this time, it was simply nonsense to ask the people of the Ministry of Works. It was better to go up and ask. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan hurriedly let Cui Yingying help him and hurriedly climbed up. In a moment, everyone had already arrived at this cliff. Once they were here, they could see how big the water wheel was. It was even bigger than a house. This thing could stand up. When Li Qingqian and the others saw Mr. Yushan arrive, they hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Mr. Yushan." Chen Chumo and the others also hurriedly bowed. Mr. Yushan waved his hand, pointed to the wooden frame that was shaped into a plus sign, and asked, "What are you doing? Can we get the water wheel up like this?" Li Qingqian glanced at Cui Yingying and smiled elegantly. Instantly, Cui Yingying's face turned red. She hid behind Sir Yushan and avoided the topic. At this moment, Qing Chumo and the others finally understood why Li Qingqian looked as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, they were all looking at Cui Yingying with their mouths wide open. When Mr. Yushan saw this, he could not help but snort coldly. In an instant, Li Qingqian finally reacted. He hastily took out a blueprint from his bosom and handed it to Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan, please take a look. This is what my teacher gave to his student today. This thing is a little narrow at the bottom, so it's not easy to install and construct. In addition, the power of the torrent is unbearable. Last night, a lot of it was destroyed by the torrent, so I thought of this idea today. Li Xiaogong couldn't help but step forward to take a look. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "This is the principle of leverage." What is the meaning of this? The words, "principle of leverage," were written on the drawing. In the drawing, it was a man who was easily lifting 3 cows. He was leisurely and contented. And what he was using was this lever. And Mr. Yushan was even more confused. He asked in surprise, "What is this young friend Zhang Feng thinking? This method is simply unheard of. We are all well-read people, and among us are the top masters of the Ministry of Works. Could it be that we can't think of this method? Do we need him to use this method? This water wheel, if we don't start from the foundation from the beginning, it's simply a fool's dream to erect it now." As soon as these words came out, it instantly caused a lot of discussion. Everyone was whispering to each other. This matter was indeed as Mr. Yushan said. This thing was not something else. In terms of weight, this thing was no less than 500 kilograms. No matter what method was used, it seemed that it was impossible to hang him up. Just with a lever, he wanted to hang him up. That was simply a fool's dream. Li Qingqian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. But because Cui Yingying was here, he couldn't say anything. However, Qing Chumo and the others couldn't sit still. This thing was something that they had spent countless efforts and didn't sleep last night to come up with. What right did you have to come up with it when you didn't know a damn thing? Who the F***ck was so coherent? I say, Mr. Yushan, may I ask if Mr. knows anything about strange techniques? Dugo asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan stroked his beard and said, "I don't know." Then may I ask, Mister, what kind of things have you made, such as a thatched cottage? Hearing this, Mr. Yushan and everyone's faces changed. Saying this at this time was simply disobeying to the extreme. Li Xiaogong couldn't help but scold, "Tai Nyo, for the sake of Dean Zhangfeng, you and the others quickly shut up." TSK. Qing Chumo said disdainfully, "The one who asked him was Dugo, not me. What right do you have to say that? If you don't know, then shut the F***ck up, Lao Tzu." "You!" Mr. Yushan said angrily, you boorish fellow." Mr. Yushan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Why did he meet so many boorish fellows at this time? In his opinion, the people in White Deer College should be some capable people. But he didn't expect to meet such boorish people. Were these still White Deer College students? What did Yu Shernan and the others do on the mountain? Were these the people they taught? Not to mention Zhang Feng. From Qing Chumo, everyone couldn't help but have deep worries and doubts about Zhang Feng. At this time, Li Qingqian also felt that something wasn't right. He hurriedly persuaded, "Mr. Yushan, these things were built by this brother from the beginning. So no one cares about this more than he does. I hope Mr. Yushan won't lower yourself to his level." Chapter 16-19. Without waiting for Mr. Yushan to speak, Li Xiaogong hurriedly said before Cui Yingying could speak, "Mr. Yushan, we still have to wait patiently. These people have been working here since last night. It's natural that they have resentment in their hearts. If they can't get it out in a while, where will we punish them? How about it? While speaking, Li Xiaogong waved his hand and said, "Let's start. Why are you wasting time?" Hearing this, Li Qingqian hurriedly gave Qing Chumo a look. Qing Chumo and the others then began to lift the water wheel again. In fact, the lifting was very simple. It was to use a rope to lift one side of the water wheel, and then let the entire water wheel hang in the air. Slowly, they used manpower to pry the position of the slot, and then it was done. But the most difficult part was the last step. The water wheel was directly under the waterfall. The speed of the rapids crashing down, if they didn't aim at the slot in an instant, they would have to start all over again. This was also the reason why the entire water wheel was not installed in one night. Originally, they wanted to intercept the water from above and let the water wheel be installed quickly, but this took too long. At this time, what they lacked most was time, so at this point in time, they couldn't do that. So, at this time, they ended up like this. Hey yo! Hey yo! Hey yo! Hey yo! Along with the shouts of the crowd. The water wheel that was as big as a house was finally slowly lifted up by more than 30 people. This scene scared Mr. Yushan and the others half to death. This was a water wheel that was as big as a house. Although they didn't know the weight, they knew that this thing was definitely not light just by looking at it. But, it was lifted up by 30 people effortlessly. This was a little sensational. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that this was real? However, this was real, and it had appeared right in front of their eyes. This inevitably caused everyone to feel a little terrified. Oh my God! This is really a work of art, really a work of art. This is the principle of leverage. After seeing the expressions of Mr. Yushan and the others, Qing Chumo and the others were even more excited and roared. "Brothers, let's work harder and stuff this thing into his mouth." Roar! The only response he got was a few angry roars. Soon after, the Yuchi brothers tore off their clothes, revealing their muscular bodies. Then, with one on each side, they carried the bottom of the water wheel and walked resolutely into the torrential current, one step at a time. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but hold their breaths. Bang! With a muffled sound, the water wheel began to rotate slowly in the torrent. The point was that the rope was still hanging, it was still hanging the rope. In a moment, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath. And Li Qingqian, he also couldn't help and the others for action. Everyone was. Mr. Yushan's words just now made everyone stifle their anger. Once again, there was a rumbling sound. The rope hanging the water wheel began to make smashing sounds, but at this time, because of the splashing water, everyone couldn't see what was happening in the water. They could only open their eyes and wait, staring at the rope. When the rope was about to break, Li Qingqian suddenly said, "Get up an inch more. Quick, get up an inch." In a moment, the people on the shore breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly lowered the lever by an inch. At this point, suddenly, the water wheel shook violently by an inch. Then, everyone saw that the people who originally went in hurriedly came out, and then shouted, "Cut the rope." Bang! With a command, in a moment, the people standing above cut the rope with a knife. The next moment, they saw the water wheel suddenly spin quickly. At the beginning, it was still swaying left and right, but after a moment, the water wheel calmed down and spun leisurely. Behind the water wheel, the water curtains, under the sunlight, showed a beautiful, colorful purple. In an instant, the people on the shore couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God! It's really a success." At this time, Li Qingqian and the others came ashore with water droplets on their heads. They came to Mr. Yushan's side and said, "Mr. Yushan, are you satisfied?" This sentence was like a slap to Mr. Yushan's face. Mr. Yushan was about to get angry, but Li Xiaogong said, "Mr. Yushan, it's late. This is the time when the water is flowing. Why don't we go down and wait? At this time, how could Mr. Yushan still have the face to stand there? He could only snort coldly, and then leave without saying a word. Although he left, this matter still had to continue. But at this time, everyone's heart was at ease. That was what was called venting. This thing. It really made them feel sweet as if they had eaten honey. Because this was something they had made. Just as Zhang Feng had said, everyone had their pride. They could lose anything, but they could not lose their pride. Chapter 16:20. As the water will flowed through. In an instant. The originally dry water trough, under everyone's astonished gaze, slowly flowed a huge stream of water. When Mr. Yushan and the others had just walked down the mountain, they saw the water coming. As if all this had been prepared for them. This made them angry. But at this time, they couldn't say anything. After all, there was no need to talk about this matter anymore. Looking at Mr. Yushan's ashen face, they could guess something. But the water had flowed through. But this matter was not over yet. Where was the phosphate fertilizer? Where was it? Didn't everyone come here for the phosphate fertilizer? Although the water wheel and the water trough were comparable to a marvelous trick, this was not what they wanted to see. For this phosphate fertilizer, everyone had been thinking about it. At this time, how could they care about other things? At this time, with the sound of a noisy discussion. Only then did Li Shimin and the others saunter into the crowd of onlookers. After all, their identities were special, and they came here today only to witness. But this was different for Li Xiaogong. He had been paying attention to Li Shimin's arrival from the beginning. At this time, seeing Li Shimin come, Li Xiaogong hurriedly raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, the time has come. Everyone, please sit down. Our ceremony officially begins." While speaking, Li Xiaogong walked up to the high platform full of bottles and jars. He cupped his hands and said, "Old man Li Xiaogong is appointed as the Minister of Personnel. Today, by the Emperor's decree, I am here to supervise the construction of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Today, the time has come. Let the worship of heaven begin." As Li Xiaogong's voice fell, a series of melodious and low music slowly sounded at this time. Li Xiaogong followed the ceremony and fired the cannons. Then, he held a simple worship ceremony. Anyway, it was to comfort God. Today, he moved the soil here with the attitude of serving the people, and so on. It took a full 2 hours for this set of complicated matters to be completed. At this time, it was exactly noon. Li Qingqian and the others had already changed their clothes and put on their masks. They foolishly stood at the side and dozed off. Not far away, a group of young girls were crazily posting the names of the people they liked. This made Li Qingqian, Qing Chimo, and the others even more elated. But because of Cui Yingying's presence, the gazes of the young men on the stage were all focused on her. This made everyone even more speechless. For a moment, those curses and the howls of the group of men rose and fell again. At this time, Zhang Feng just arrived. Zhang Feng's arrival instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. Wow! President Zhang. Mr. He is. He's here. He's here. Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang Feng. As the voices that were louder than Li Xiaogong sounded, in an instant, the people in the phosphate fertilizer plant could not sit still. At this time, Li Xiaogong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed at Zhang Feng and said, "President Zhang is here. Today, we'll leave the rest to President Zhang, okay?" However, what responded to him was the sound of the wind. Li Xiaogong did not care. Today, in order to stall for time, he had used everything. It was not easy to wait for the main character to arrive. How could he continue? Zhang Feng was a little depressed. If he had known, he would have come later. At this time, he was also dumbfounded. Just by listening to the voices, he knew how crazy it was outside. If he got out of the carriage now, he seriously suspected that someone would tear him apart alive. However, Zhang Feng had to get out of the carriage. At this time, there were many people waiting for him. It would be strange if he did not get out of the carriage, especially after knowing that Mr. Yushan might be here to cause trouble. After that, he had a headache. "You're old. Can't you just stay at home? As for coming out to make your presence known. Coming out to find excitement? Lao Tzu was not afraid that you would die here. Lao Tzu would not spoil you like that." But after thinking about it, he still grinned and walked out of the carriage with a smile. As he walked, he waved to the people on both sides of the carriage. When he reached Li Xiaogong and Mr. Yushan, he was shocked as if he had just discovered Mr. Yushan. Then, he said, "Ah. Isn't this Mr. Yushan? What wind blew you here? Come, let's sit." Mr. Yushan's mouth twitched, but he still politely returned a bow. But at this time, beside Mr. Yushan, Cui Yingying's voice suddenly sounded, "You're Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng was a little depressed. When he looked at this woman, he almost fell to the ground. Mother asterisk Ker, this is another one that can bring disaster to a country and its people. But thinking about it was just thinking. Zhang Feng still knew how much he was worth. He hurriedly said, "May I know who you are?" Li Xiaogong hurriedly said, "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yushan's granddaughter, Cui Yingying. Miss Yingying, he is Zhang Feng." But after Li Xiaogong finished, Cui Yingying only faintly said, "Oh," and then did not say anything. Then, Zhang Feng was a little confused. It was not good for him to say anything. However, in his heart, his evaluation of this woman dropped once more. This kind of person is not easy to deal with. I have to stay away. And I have a wife, and 3 of them. I have to look straight ahead. Chapter 16:21. "Neha, Zhang Feng, we're all waiting for you. Why did you come so late?" Li Xiaogong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Only then did he manage to find a way out for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed, then he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, lordly, look at my memory. I just prepared some teaching materials at the academy, so I forgot. Please forgive me." Although no one understood what Zhang Feng was talking about, they all thought that Zhang Feng was doing something for the students of the academy. After all, in the academy, according to the rules, the dean would teach all the students together in the morning every day. Even if Mr. Yushan and Cui Yingying wanted to make things difficult for him, they had nothing to say at this time. After all, there were rules in the imperial court that required this. So even if Zhang Feng was lying, no one would know. The only person who knew was not stupid enough to expose Zhang Feng at this time. After all, unless he didn't want to stay in the academy anymore. When Zhang Feng went on stage, there was an endless frenzied shouting. For the first time, Zhang Feng felt that he was surrounded by fans. In any case, he was now considered a celebrity, right? If this was in the future, he would be comparable to those top stars, right? And in the stands below the stage, Cui Yingying snorted with some disdain. After looking at the people who kept waving their hands to greet them, she lightly spat out 2 words. "Idiot." Mr. Yushan frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. He just drank his tea and looked at Zhang Feng on the stage. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Qingqian sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw Cui Yingying's anger in that instant. His little heart started to tremble rapidly. Cui Yingying's frown and smile made Li Qingqian unable to control himself. Just when Li Qingqian's imagination was running wild, Zhang Feng said slowly, "First of all, we have to thank the emperor." Instantly, Li Xiaogong and the others jumped up from their chairs when they heard the word emperor. At this moment, Zhang Feng continued, "Secondly, we have to thank the heavens and Old Cow. If not for the heavens guiding Old Cow to the phosphate mine, no matter how capable this kid is, he wouldn't be able to create this thing." "What about me? What about me?" Feng Zi, we. After Zhang Feng thanked everyone, Qing Chumo and the others started to get anxious. They had been waiting for this moment. Zhang Feng still ignored them. After saying all the tributes, he said, "Also, if it weren't for my students, this thing wouldn't have been built. If it weren't for them risking their lives to protect the reputation of our academy, I think everyone still remembers the time when our White Deer College was condemned by everyone, right? It was at that time that my students risked their lives to protect the reputation and integrity of our academy. And everything today was done by them. If it weren't for them neglecting sleep and food during this period, I think they wouldn't have been able to do these things. But just now, when the water wheel went wrong on the mountain, I heard that someone was still slandering them. Although I don't know who it is, and I don't want to know who it is, I want to say that without them, the phosphate fertilizer couldn't have been created today. Without them, how could I have the confidence to say that this thing can fill all the granaries in the world? And this. It's them, all the people who have contributed silently to this matter. Here, I, Zhang Feng, sincerely thank you all." While speaking, Zhang Feng bowed deeply. Although bowing didn't exist in this era. However, Zhang Feng's actions still made everyone stand up uncontrollably, waving their flags and cheering. At this moment, there were also people who were unhappy. That was Mr. Yushan and the others. They were the ones who had been talking about this matter on the mountain. But now that Zhang Feng had said this, how could they feel good? Cui Yingying couldn't help but say angrily, "Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng was taken aback when he heard this. And everyone couldn't help but look at the two of them playfully at this moment. One was the granddaughter of the great scholar Mr. Yushan, and the other was the pillar of the younger generation. What kind of sparks could these two create when they were together? In an instant. Everyone was looking forward to it. Even Li Qingqian, Qing Chumo, and Li Shimin were looking forward to it. Only Yu Qigong had a strange look on his face at this moment. Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he was targeted by this little girl. He waved his hand and made a gesture of invitation. "Miss Cui Yingying, please enlighten me." Cui Yingying smiled faintly and said, "I don't dare to enlighten you, but I came here today because there's something I don't understand." When Zhang Feng heard this, he said, "Just say it." "That's good." Cui Yingying ignored Mr. Yushan's dissuasion and got up and said, "I've long heard that Prince Shang is romantic and melancholy. Although he's not married, he still has 3 beauties by his side. This matter. Almost everyone present was aware of this. Besides, this was the Tang Dynasty. How many wives you could marry and how many beauties you could get depended on your own ability. If you were capable, no one would ask or say a word even if you married 100 or 80 wives. But if you were not capable, then you deserved to be a bachelor. That was all there was to it. So, which one of the people present didn't have a group of wives and concubines? But at this time, Cui Yingying seemed to be meeting Zhang Feng for the first time. Why did she expose his scars at the beginning? Chapter 1622. This time, Zhang Feng was a little embarrassed. Although Cui Yingying didn't say anything else, Zhang Feng didn't have any matchmaker with these 3 women except Zhang Yuyao. However, they were mixed together and only Zhang Feng knew it. He even had sex with 2 of them. Although he didn't have any relationship with Zhang Yuyao and Zhang Yuyao had already complained, Zhang Feng didn't dare to cross the red line because of the matchmaker's words. As for Jing Shu, it was completely known to the world. So even if there was no matchmaker's words and they had sex, Zhang Feng was thick-skinned and didn't care. But at this time, being pointed out, Zhang Feng also knew that he was somewhat in the wrong. His face couldn't help but redden a little. As for Zhang Feng was really impulsive, but this was also the most troublesome thing for Zhang Feng. At this time, when Cui Yingying said this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be vigilant. Cui Yingying was from the Shandong clan, and Shandong and Jiangnan. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng was almost certain that he had guessed something. At this time, Cui Yingying's face was gloomy to the extreme. Who couldn't see that at this time? Involuntarily, everyone's heart thumped. This guy, could it be that he had sex with Mr. Yushan's granddaughter? But everyone was sure that these two people met for the first time. What did this mean? They couldn't help but feel a little scared. This time, it became fun. And the hearts of Li Qingqian and others were instantly broken to the ground. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Mother ***, why did every beautiful woman he met have an affair with Zhang Feng? How the ***ck are they going to let me live? The point was, damn, everyone dared to bet that this was the first time that Zhang Feng and this person met. How did it become this? Zhang Feng didn't feel good either. At this time, his bottom line was exposed. It was too damn embarrassing. Zhang Feng couldn't help coughing and said, "Miss, if there's anything, please say it directly. Today is the opening day of the phosphate fertilizer factory. If there's anything else, I hope that after the ceremony is over, I will definitely give you an explanation in front of everyone. How about it? Ying." At this time, Mr. Yushan was also embarrassed. Originally, he didn't want to come today, but he heard his granddaughter say that Zhang Feng was a wolf with ambition, a human face with a beast heart, a hypocrite who abandoned his family, so he wanted to come and have a look. But at this time, he didn't expect Ying to say this in front of so many people. The point was that at this time, this would arouse public anger. This was the time to plead for the people of the world. If things went too far, then, they would lose their heads. At this moment, how could Mr. Yushan not see that if this continued, something bad would happen? Because at this time, Li Shaogong and those stationed soldiers still stood up. Seeing Mr. Yushan's reprimand, Cui Yingying said unjustly, "Since that's the case, I will let you go for today. Wait until the ceremony is over." Zhang Feng chuckled. Then, he looked deeply at Cui Yingying and Mr. Yushan. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone. Now, let the ceremony continue. Now, let's invite my student to personally start the phosphate fertilizer production experiment." Wait. But at this time, Cui Yingying stopped him again. Even if Zhang Feng had a good temper, he couldn't help but be angry at this time. "Miss, what do you want this time?" "Miss Cui, old man doesn't care what grudges you have with Zhang Feng, but please understand that this is the phosphate fertilizer production ceremony that His Majesty personally organized. For Mr. Yushan's face, old man won't lower himself to your level. But if you continue to be like this and miss the time, then old man will have to ask you to leave temporarily." Li Shaogong was also a little angry. At this time, his voice was a little cold. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan was also a little angry. "Yingying, back down. Don't be rude." Cui Yingying, on the other hand, stared at Zhang Feng as if she had a one-track mind. Zhang Feng waved his hand and laughed in anger. He said, "Lordly, don't be impatient. Miss, if you have something to say, just say it in one breath." "I don't have time, and I don't have the time." Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish, Cui Yingying stepped forward. She walked to Zhang Feng's side. Smelling that enchanting fragrance, Zhang Feng was a little surprised, but he still restrained his temper and made way for her. He probably knew why this woman came here. Therefore, this woman didn't wait for the ceremony to end. Zhang Feng also wanted to see what kind of trouble she was going to stir up. Cui Yingying said, "Everyone knows that Zhang Feng has made a lot of good things, a lot of amazing things, but have you seen it with your own eyes?" My daughter once found out by chance that this Zhang Feng is from Liang Province's Phoenix Ridge, and a year ago, this boy was still a stubborn young master, wandering around aimlessly all day. But I don't know the reason why he could actually learn so many strange and dirty tricks in just a year's time. Don't tell me that everyone has never had doubts. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. At this time, even Li Shimon's face gradually darkened. Qing Yaojin was so angry that his beard was trembling. Damn it, Lao Tzu has had enough. Second Master, I'm going to take this little girl down. Chapter 1623. In the end, Li Shimon managed to hold himself back. He also wanted to know what kind of grudge Zhang Feng had with this woman that she dared to speak so boldly. At this moment, he was even thinking about other things, such as whether this matter was related to Shandong. He had already given the order that no one was to investigate Zhang Feng. But at this time, this woman's words gave Li Shimon a bad feeling. It seemed like this person knew Zhang Feng's past very well. Li Shimon also wanted to see what Zhang Feng would say. Moreover, if Qing Yaojin was recognized by this woman, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Li Shimon still blocked Qing Yaojin and said, "Wait. Second Master." Li Shimon ignored Qing Yaojin. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sun that was gradually rising above his head. Although it was already autumn, the noon sun was really too bright for people to look directly at. Moreover, everyone was wearing the thick clothes they had in the morning. It would be strange if they didn't feel hot with the sun shining so brightly. At this moment, Cui Yingying disregarded the dissuasion and said, "I've long heard that this phosphate fertilizer experiment was single-handedly developed by Prince Zhang. Let's invite Prince Zhang to experiment with it. Then we'll know whether this thing is the work of this so-called Prince Zhang, President Zhang. Of course, we'll also know whether this person is the stubborn young master of Phoenix Ridge." Wow! Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Many women even began to curse loudly. Some even knelt on the ground and begged Zhang Feng to hurry up and get rid of this woman. Hearing her say that, Li Xiaogong, who originally wanted to get rid of her, had a playful look in his eyes. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "President Zhang, this matter, then, let's listen to her." Tai Niu, Li Gan, quickly set up the experiment equipment. This time, the experimental utensils were not the same as the ones from before. At this time, they were all replaced with glazed ceramic vessels that were several sizes larger. In order to enhance their usability and durability, these vessels were inlaid with layers of copper inlaid decorations, as well as a layer of protective equipment wrapped with iron wires. Looking at it this way, it somewhat resembled the large cauldrons of ancient times, and also somewhat resembled the ceramic pieces placed in the house. With a wave of Zhang Feng's hand, dozens of people placed the prepared experimental utensils in fixed positions using levers. After that, Qing Chimo, Ma Zhou, and the others connected the experimental utensils one by one with rubber tubes, and directly melted the rubber that was melted by the levers at the joints. Increase his airtightness. They did not know how many times they had prepared this kind of experiment on the mountain, just for today, to show off here. Just now, Feng Zi had already said that these things were made by them. Although Cui Yingying was a bit difficult, at this time, everyone was quick and efficient, so everyone nodded their heads. These things, if he did not get used to it day by day, who the hell could be so proficient in it? When everything was ready, and Zhang Feng also put on a mask and gloves, Cui Yingying jumped out once, making people want to curse her mother. Wait! This time, Qing Chimo's hair finally blew up. He stared with a pair of bull-like eyes and said, "Sister, that's enough. Feng Zi is good-tempered and will not argue with you, but these brothers of his are not cowards. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame Lao Tzu for loosening your bones today." Zhang Feng frowned slightly, knowing that today's matter was a bit out of hand. Moreover, he did not know the purpose of this woman's visit, so he waved his hand and said, "Tai Niu, back off. But, look at her. Zhang Feng frowned slightly and said word by word, back off. Hearing this, Qing Chimo retreated unhappily. Zhang Feng looked at Cui Yingying calmly and said, Cui Yingying, tell me, what do you want? It's not that I want to do anything, but these are things that you have prepared beforehand. So, if you want to prove yourself, then in front of everyone, show us something that we've never seen before, something that we're all familiar with. How's that? If you do it, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He thought that this little girl was going to play some tricks, so this was it. When Qing Chimo and the others heard this, they could not help but jeer. If you lose, in front of everyone today, how about you marry our dean and become his maid? Dugo also added oil to the fire. No, this maid is a bit too much. After all, she is a girl of the Cui family, and also Mr. Yushan's granddaughter. We have to be careful of Mr. Yushan's face. At this time, everyone's expression became strange as they looked at Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan was also slightly shocked, especially since he had been in contact with Zhang Feng. Naturally he had some understanding of Zhang Feng. Such a bet, it was really unacceptable. He hurriedly dissuaded. But Qing Chimo and the others continued to fan the flames. No matter how Zhang Feng persuaded, it was useless. Li Shaogong even chatted with the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, and the Hongwen Guan Imperial College. Just now, Mr. Yushan and Cui Yingying were really a bit too arrogant. At this time, to let her suffer and be defeated, everyone was somewhat eager. Seeing everyone like this, Cui Yingying also became angry. She shouted, okay. Today, I, Cui Yingying, will bet. If you lose, what will you do? Zhang Feng also became angry and asked back, what do you want? Hearing this, Cui Yingying seemed to see that Zhang Feng had fallen into her trap. She seriously flashed a trace of hatred. I want you to be a eunuch. Hiss. Chapter 1624. What a sinister woman. At this moment, Li Qingqian's back was drenched in cold sweat. From the start, he had felt that this woman was unusual, whether it was in terms of appearance or anything else. Although her mouth was a little venomous, she was still a daughter of the Cui clan, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Moreover, she was Mr. Yushan's granddaughter. If the two of them were married, not only could they ease the tension between the court and Shandong, they could also, but Cui Yingying's performance just now had left Li Qingqian rather disappointed. Moreover, what she had just said was true. What kind of person was this? If he married her, wouldn't Imperial Father be enraged? Then, thinking of this, the sweat on Li Qingqian's forehead never dried. If this woman were to marry into his family, he would have gotten rid of a star of calamity. If things went wrong, he might not even be able to keep his position as crown prince. Ho Junji suddenly came to mind, and he couldn't help but worry even more. Although he was the one who personally investigated this matter and his father didn't blame him, this crown princess, Imperial Father had issued a secret decree for her to leave the capital and observe mourning. As for whether she would be able to return, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. Although he had said nothing, he had perked up his ears to listen. When he heard about this bet, although he didn't like it, he wanted to see how this woman would be tormented in the future. He was truly at ease with Zhang Feng. If he could conduct this experiment, how could he not know about other experiments? This was simply a joke. No one was more anxious than Mr. Yushan. He had never imagined that things would reach this point. He knew that Zhang Feng dared to do this not because of the four great Confucians, but because the emperor was standing behind him. He had only come today to see if this brat was truly doing this for the sake of the people, or if he was just trying to swindle them. But he had never imagined that things would reach this point. And he had even made such a sinister bet that the common people would not tolerate. At this moment, the people from the Ministry of Rights were watching. This, just when Mr. Yushan was pondering how to resolve this grudge, To his surprise, Zhang Feng actually agreed. Okay. Since that's the case, we'll agree to it. As he spoke, Zhang Feng waved his hand and asked in an incomparably gentlemanly manner, Miss Chui, since you said that you want to make something that everyone is closely related to, and that everyone knows, then why don't you do it? Chui Yingying was about to speak, but Zhang Feng stopped her with his hand and continued, then, I know you're going to say that salt production doesn't count, and paper making doesn't count. Fine. I promise you. Today, in front of everyone in the world, I will make something that everyone can recognize. Ice. As the name suggests, this ice is the most common thing we see in winter. So I would like to ask Miss Chui, do you recognize this ice? Chui Yingying nodded in disdain. Yes, I have. All right then. Since that's the case, I hope that Lord Li and all of you can come closer. I hope that all of you can be my witnesses. Ice. Zhang Feng actually wanted to make ice. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the students, the young geniuses, and the young ladies all widened their eyes and looked at Zhang Feng with burning gazes. Li Shimin and the others wanted to go forward and observe, but their identities didn't allow them to do so. They could only wait patiently. At this time, only Li Qingqian and the others couldn't stop laughing. After all, they were the only witnesses who had seen this beautiful thing. However, this guy had always been stingy and refused to tell them how it was made. He also didn't tell them what the trick of this thing was. They only knew that it was very simple. At this time, when everyone saw that Zhang Feng was going to fiddle with this thing again, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. When several people went forward, Zhang Feng took out a small bag from his sleeve, and then asked Li Qingqian to bring him a large transparent glass bowl. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Feng poured the small bag in his hand, which looked like dirt, into the big transparent glass basin. Then, Qing Chimo volunteered to bring a large bucket of water and looked at Zhang Feng eagerly. Zhang Feng then took out a palm-sized glazed bowl and filled it with water. After that, he slowly poured the clear water into the glazed bowl that was filled with dirt. At this time, everyone's mind was already in shock. Not to mention other things, this transparent thing was enough to shock the world. The value of this thing, at this time, everyone couldn't help but have ideas about this transparent thing. Even Chui Yingying's eyes changed for the first time. Mr. Yushan also couldn't sit still. At this time, he also came forward to see what Zhang Feng was going to do. How could he make ice like this? But at this time, Zhang Feng glanced at the climbing platform just now and said, "Everyone, look carefully." While speaking, Zhang Feng used a glazed stick to stir the water in the large basin that was filled with soil. Under everyone's gaze, the water suddenly started to swirl. After the water started to swirl, Zhang Feng then carefully put the small bowl on the water surface. In an instant, everyone in the phosphate fertilizer plant couldn't help holding their breath, waiting and watching quietly. Listening to the tinkling sound, everyone didn't dare to blink. But at this time, everyone saw an incredible scene. In the large basin of water, slowly, a layer of mist appeared. Everyone was shocked. Could it be, damn it, could it really freeze? Chapter 1625. Making ice. In the past, it was actually very simple. It was to throw saltpeter into the water and let it fully evaporate. The heat generated during the evaporation would quickly draw out the heat in the water, thus causing the water to condense into ice in a very short period of time. Of course, if you threw a piece of saltpeter the size of a palm into the river, then you could only There was a limit to this. That was the problem of proportion. Just like when Zhang Feng was on the mountain, Zhang Feng had thrown at least a fist-sized saltpeter into the large water tank. Coupled with the rapid stirring, the tank of water was able to reach the critical point of freezing in a short period of time. In the future, almost everyone could do this. But, where was this place? This was the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, it was a society where feudal superstition was at its peak. Last time, Chen Tinyu and the others had asked Zhang Feng many times about this matter. However, Zhang Feng was still unwilling to tell others about this pretentious method. This was simply a divine tool for pretentiousness at his fingertips. Especially after obtaining the authority to manufacture gunpowder, saltpeter, sulfur, and other things that were strictly controlled by the government, could be obtained in an endless stream. Therefore, Zhang Feng could easily obtain this thing from his body. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at the different expressions on everyone's faces. He could not help but feel the gloominess in his heart disappear. Especially when he saw Cui Yingying's wide-open mouth and wide-eyed appearance, he felt that the hunger was worth it. Until now, Zhang Feng still did not know why this girl wanted to make things difficult for him. She wanted him to make a fool of himself at such an important occasion. Originally, Zhang Feng did not want to lower himself to the level of a girl, especially a girl who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. However, he had already been forced to this extent. If he didn't show off his skills today, then the loss wouldn't just be Zhang Feng's personal reputation, but everything he had, including his life. Earlier, Zhang Feng had guessed that this person might be acquainted with Yuer. But at this moment, it would seem like she actually had a deep understanding of that Zhang Feng from the time at Phoenix Ridge. Then this matter wasn't simple. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a person that old Yu had mentioned when they were on the mountain. That was the cousin who had come with the marriage contract, but these two didn't seem to be the same person, right? This was what worried Zhang Feng the most. If this was really Cui Yingying, Zhang Feng had to prepare to run away now. He had such an awesome grandfather, yet he was still so unruly. Who the hell could stand this? What if it was really her? Then would he be acknowledging this engagement? Or reject? How could he admit it? Did he agree to it in front of so many people? If only she was half as virtuous as Jing Shu and the other two girls, Zhang Feng would be willing to marry her. But who the hell would dare to marry such an ancestor? At the thought of this, Zhang Feng had an even bigger headache. And for a moment of carelessness, he almost lost control of the strength in his hand and the glass rod almost broke the glass basin. Ding! With a crisp sound. Everyone almost came back to their senses. At this moment, Zhang Feng realized that the initial mist in the basin had already caused the water to become incomparably viscous. He could even faintly see traces of ice shards that were faintly discernible within the water. Seeing this, Zhang Feng raised his arm and shouted, "Everyone! It's time to witness a miracle. Everyone, please don't blink your eyes at this moment." Under Zhang Feng's mysterious reminder, everyone's eyes had already stopped blinking. Because at this time, everyone had already been shocked by the thing in the transparent glass basin. When had they ever seen such a magical thing? Although the weather was indeed a little cold at this time, there was still some temperature at noon after all. At this time, to make water naturally freeze into ice was tantamount to a fantasy. At this time, such a thing suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. Who wouldn't be shocked? What was this? This was a real F*King miracle. No. It was a miraculous skill. At this time, what Zhang Feng said was actually not important. What was important was, everyone could see that the water had already frozen. This was the truth. At this time, everyone looked at the basin that was quickly freezing into ice and the water in the big bowl in the basin that was also freezing at this time. They couldn't help but gasp. And the least worried and the most leisurely were none other than Li Qingqian and the others. At this time, looking at everyone's appearance, they all felt comfortable in their hearts. Who asked you to show off? Who asked you to show off? Now you're dumbfounded, right? Take a look, take a good look, whether this thing is really ice or not. Although they were shouting happily in their hearts, they only dared to show a proud smile. At this time, Zhang Feng slowly stopped. Because that ice had been completely frozen. Including the water in the big bowl, although only a thin layer of ice had been frozen, it was already frozen. It was only a matter of time before it was completely frozen. As for the big basin, it had already become a lump of ice, and the glass basin seemed to be unable to withstand the low temperature at this time. In an instant, there was a small cracking sound. Crack. Chapter 1626. Along with the cracking sound, a loud crack was heard. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the bowl miraculously cracked open. Although the crowd didn't know what it was made of, it must be extremely precious. However, Zhang Feng didn't even frown. What did this mean? Did this mean that to Zhang Feng, this item was just like any other ordinary item? As for this ice, after the bowl cracked, it was perfectly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Except for some yellowish substance at the bottom of the bowl, there was nothing else. It was as if this thing had always been there. It was such a magical thing, and at this time, everyone felt as if they were in a dream, as if they were in a cold winter. At this time, Zhang Feng looked around and then waved his hand. In an instant, Qing Chumo understood. He took a small hammer and smashed the ice into pieces of ice as small as a fingernail with exaggerated movements. Everyone shook their heads and sighed in distress. Until now. Qing Chumo picked up a piece of ice and called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, this action is to prove whether this thing is real ice or not. You are all experienced and knowledgeable people, so in order to make it easier for you all to feel it, this little one boldly smashed this ice. But I promise you, once you touch this ice, you will know whether it is real or fake." While speaking, Qing Chumo hurriedly winked at Ma Zhou and the others. They came to their senses and went forward to distribute the ice to the lords. Then, they distributed it to the onlookers. Instantly, it caused quite a stir. Hiss! This is really ice. How did he do it? Oh my God! President Zhang is really amazing. He can use such a strange trick at his fingertips. This is really the gospel of the Tang Dynasty. President Zhang, is this ice for sale? We are willing to pay a high price for the president's ice-making technique. For a moment, all the businessmen went crazy. Which one of these merchants wasn't an expert who had traveled extensively? However, due to time constraints, some goods couldn't be stored for such a long time. They had to wait until winter was the peak season for long-distance trade. However, since the opening of the waterway and the opening of trade in Jinla, almost all the seafood that could only be eaten in the south before could be transported to Chang, and with President Zhang's wooden bucket storage method. However, due to the trouble involved and the time consumed, the entire journey had taken more than twice as long as before. This was not a good solution. Now, although the ice couldn't guarantee the freshness of these things, it could make it more convenient for him to store them. He didn't have to carry so much water and walk so carefully. This was the business opportunity that every businessman saw. Originally, everyone had come for the phosphate fertilizer. However, after seeing this plaything, all the merchants started to clamor one after another. Zhang Feng looked at the crowd and said, "You don't worry, this matter is easy. After the ceremony is over, you can talk to the person in charge of the academy about this matter." Person. Contact. What the hell? Everyone was stunned. Qing Chumo and the others smiled and cupped their fists at the crowd. However, judging from their smiles, they didn't seem like good people. But at this time, they were asking for help. Although everyone felt disgusted, they still chuckled and calmed down again. At this time, Zhang Feng slowly picked up the bowl of ice water on the table and walked over to Li Xiaogong and the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Officials. He said with a smile, "Lord Li, try this ice. What do you think?" Li Xiaogong's face was full of smiles. Zhang Feng was a little confused, but he couldn't say anything. Li Xiaogong said with a smile, this thing is real. There's no need to try it. Zhang Feng waved his hand and glanced at Cui Yingying, who looked as if she had eaten a mouthful of feces, and said, you'd better give it a try. Everyone, Dean Ouyang, Dean Liu, all of you come and try it. Although this ice can be used by merchants, it can be used to cool down and relieve the summer heat. It's also a top-grade ice. However, if you add some cane sugar, it can become a kind of food to satisfy your cravings and relieve the summer heat. But now, because of geographical reasons, when we return, I will give everyone a taste. What do you think? At this time, Li Xiaogong and the others were already boiling with excitement from Zhang Feng's things. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, everyone smiled and complimented Zhang Feng. After a while, Zhang Feng waved his hand and asked Li Qingqian to bring over 2 jars of wine and a dozen glasses. Then, he asked Li Qingqian, Ma Zhou, and the others to break the ice in the bowls and put it in the glasses. There were some wines on the table. There were 2 kinds of wines. One was the white wine brewed by Zhang Feng, and the other was the grape wine that everyone knew. After Zhang Feng finished talking to everyone, he clasped his fist and said loudly, everyone, not only does this ice have some uses, but if it is added to the wine, I would like to invite everyone to taste it one by one. Only then will you know the wonders of it. Chapter 1627. Li Shimin stared at the people on the stage. They were drinking with relish, while he was staring at the sun. Who could stand it? Li Shimin was so angry that his face instantly darkened. However, his mouth was so dry that he didn't care anymore. He plunged into the crowd and prepared to walk up. How dare you do this in front of me? How preposterous! Li Shimin was so angry. Wasn't this bullying? At this time, Li Shimin's intestines were green with regret. He knew that the transparent thing on the stage was something that he didn't have except for Zhang Feng. Not to mention the wine cup at this time. Even he had never seen it before. How could he not be angry? But at this time, Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly pulled Li Shimin and said, Second Master, what are you doing? Li Shimin was thirsty and angry at this time. He pointed at the people on the stage with trembling hands and said with gritted teeth, this is too infuriating. How can you bully people like this? Second Master. Zhang Sun Wuji saw that the emperor was so angry that he actually called him by his title. He hurriedly shouted and interrupted Li Shimin. But this time, the merchants and the people in front of them looked at them in surprise. Then, these people looked at the people on the stage again with flickering eyes. Zhang Sun Wuji saw that it was a false alarm and hurriedly said, Second Master, we are outside. If we have something to do, we can go back and find Feng Zi. It's not worth it to be angry here. Wei Jing, Qing Yao Jin and the others hurriedly came forward to comfort him. Yu Qigong directly ran to find old He and said something. Then, he pulled Li Shimin to sit under the temporary kitchen shed. Only then did Li Shimin calm down a little. But looking at this filthy place, Li Shimin was even more depressed. I am the emperor. How can I be like this? Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly persuaded Li Shimin and secretly asked Qing Chumo to get 2 cups of wine. Only then did Li Shimin's anger dissipate. Looking at the exquisite glass and the ice cubes clinking in the scarlet wine, as well as the rising and falling ice cubes in the other glass of white wine, Li Shimin's eyes could not help but reveal a hint of difference. What's the origin of this cup? Zhang Sun Wuji heard this and said, I just heard Tai Niu said that Feng Zi and Alkinan worked together for 3 hours last night to make this glass wine cup. Feng Zi called it goblet. Looking at this long wine cup with a long neck, he couldn't help but muttered in his heart, isn't this just a wine bottle with a long neck? Why is it called goblet? However, Li Shimin only thought about it. In the next moment, Li Shimin began to taste it. Qing Yaojin and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the wine in the air. They couldn't help but pick up the ladle next to them and drink a ladle of cold water. Although it didn't satisfy their cravings, it quenched their thirst. However, after drinking a ladle of water, other than the sound of water swaying in their stomachs, they became even more greedy when they smelled the wine in the air. However, the emperor smacked his lips every time he tasted it as if he was tasting a peerless wine. This was undoubtedly an uncomfortable behavior, but they couldn't do anything about it because he was the emperor. If it were someone else, they would have beaten him up long ago. Wasn't it infuriating? At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others could only swallow their saliva and pretend that they didn't hear it. Even old he couldn't listen to it anymore. He found a small jar in the kitchen and threw it to them. Only then did they satisfy their cravings. At this moment, Zhang Feng on the stage deliberately ignored Mr. Yushan and Cui Yingying for a long time. Then, as if he had just seen them, he said in surprise, "Tainyo, Li Gan, why don't you pour a glass of red wine for Mr. Yushan?" Yeah, Mr. Yushan, I'm really sorry. I was rude just now. I hope you won't blame me." The corner of Mr. Yushan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything at this time. After all, he was in the wrong first. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even bother to look at him. However, Zhang Feng only ignored him for a while. At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng personally handing over the wine, he smiled awkwardly and said, It's okay. Today, I was able to see little friend's magical ice-making technique and magical wine set. This old man's eyes have really been opened. It's just that. These are just small tricks. This phosphate fertilizer is. Mr. Yushan quickly found a ladder to climb down. How could Zhang Feng not know? He slapped his forehead and pretended to be enlightened. Ah! Look at my memory. I only cared about drinking with all of you and forgot about the proper business. Alright, let's begin. Hearing this, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Everyone, please don't be impatient. There will be enough wine later. Everyone, as long as they're here, will have a share. Today, we'll set up a banquet for all of the guests. But before that, I still have some personal matters to attend to. After I'm done, we'll officially start today's phosphate fertilizer production. How's that? In an instant, everyone cheered. On one hand, the gluttonous worms in everyone's stomachs had long been aroused. Everyone was looking forward to the delicacies cooked up by White Deer College. Especially now that they were excited by the wine, who the hell could wait? However, at this moment, looking at everyone's strange gazes, Mr. Yushan sighed bitterly. He glared at Cui Yingying, who was rooted to the spot, and walked down the stage, exhausted. He didn't care about this anymore. At this moment, Zhang Feng smiled and handed a cup of wine to Cui Yingying. Cui Yingying, what do you think about this? Chapter 1628. At this moment, what everyone wanted to see and hear the most was how Cui Yingying, the unruly young lady of the Cui family, would deal with this. After all, she was the one who instigated this matter. Zhang Feng tried to suppress it several times, but she ruined it herself. Now that Zhang Feng was acting like this, everyone looked at Cui Yingying as if they were watching a good show. The moment Mr. Yushan stepped down from the stage, almost everyone understood one thing: Mr. Yushan had tacitly agreed to it, or perhaps, he had given up. After all, no matter where this matter went, it was his granddaughter who provoked it first. First, she interrupted the ceremony and angered Zhang Feng several times. Who was Zhang Feng? Even though he was a young man, he was still a viscount, the dean of White Deer Academy, and a great Confucian scholar. Her actions had already violated the laws of the great Tang. If not for her grandfather, Sir Yushan, backing her up, Li Shaogong would have already driven her away. Those people from the Ministry of Rights would have been furious. They didn't flare up because of Mr. Yushan. They even pretended not to see it and kept silent. However, it didn't mean that they didn't know. Moreover, although the emperor didn't come, he would know everything that happened here today. What would happen if the emperor knew that someone was openly obstructing him? What's more, these people and the generals had been unhappy with what the scholars did for a long time. If this matter continued until the morning assembly tomorrow. Haha. After all, this phosphate fertilizer didn't only benefit the generals, but also the civil officials. Therefore, at this moment, Mr. Yushan's heart was truly restless. On one hand, he was thinking about what to do. On the other hand, he was thinking about how to end today's matter. After all, he had a conflict with Zhang Feng at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet last time, but Zhang Feng didn't take it to heart. Today, he came to see whether Zhang Feng really wanted to serve the people or not, as Cui Yingying said. More importantly, he wanted to thank Zhang Feng for saving his life last time. But, now it seemed, he had indulged his granddaughter too much. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him anymore. Everyone's gaze was focused on Cui Yingying. Even the people from the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Personnel had subconsciously surrounded Cui Yingying. If anything went wrong, they would definitely make a fool of themselves in front of Zhang Feng. After all, if Zhang Feng casually showed off his skills, they would be able to see the limitless future of money. This was the real money tree. Regardless of whether Zhang Feng could produce phosphate fertilizer or not, just the two items in his hands were enough. The art of making ice was a problem that had troubled many people. But in Zhang Feng's hands, in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had already done it. Moreover, it was the kind that could be eaten directly, as if it was dissolved in wine. That taste, it was simply captivating. If there was such a cup of wine on a hot summer day, even a god would not exchange it for it. Moreover, Zhang Feng had just said so many wonderful things, and even said such bold words with great emotion. After this, no one would give him a share. What the hell was this? This was noodles. How could this not make everyone excited? On one hand, it was the tangible benefits. On the other hand, who was Cui Fengjun? Who the hell were you? Therefore, at this moment, all the officials from the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Personnel, and Ministry of Rights on the stage were all red-eyed. Some even began to roll up their sleeves, as if they were ready to go all out. This made all the commoners outside, as well as those students and women, go crazy. One word. Awesome. 2 words. Satisfying. This Cui Yingying had been extremely arrogant from the start. Relying on Mr. Yushan's prestige and the fact that she had some information about Zhang Feng, she thought that she was unbeatable and that she could control Zhang Feng. Ha ha ha. You'd better go back and study for a few more years before coming back. Where was this? This was Chang'an City. Where was this place? This was the opening ceremony of the phosphate fertilizer factory that President Zhang Feng had organized for the benefit of the people. How dare you mess around with such an important event? What if President Zhang got angry and decided not to do it? Wouldn't they have waited so long for it in vain? Wasn't this a joke? At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, hearing the curses around her, and the sounds of people rolling up their sleeves and clenching their fists behind her, Cui Yingying's eyes instantly moistened. Putting on a pitiful look, she looked at Zhang Feng in horror and said, You. What do you want to do? Zhang Feng was stunned. He was dumbfounded. And everyone was also dumbfounded. What the hell was this operation? How could this work? This was too damn shameless, wasn't it? You brought up the matter. Now that something had happened, you put on a pitiful look. What did you want to do? Even though Zhang Feng had seen countless green tea ladies in harem soap operas, but this was really the first time he had seen this. He almost wanted to bow down and worship. This was too damn shameless. Chapter 1629. At this moment, Ching Chimo, who was on the stage, had just taken a big gulp of ice water. Before he could swallow it, he heard Cui Yingying's words and was instantly stunned. He couldn't swallow the mouthful of water and was about to spit it out. He hurriedly found a place and spat it down, but, this time, it all sprayed on Yuchi Baolin's face. In an instant, Yuchi Baolin's face became completely gloomy. Ching Chimo was shocked and hurriedly put his arm around her neck. While apologizing, he hurriedly gestured to the stage. This temporarily calmed Yuchi Baolin's anger. But below the stage, Yuchi Gong looked at Qing Yaojin maliciously. Qing Yaojin felt a chill down his spine. But he still pretended to be calm and looked at the stage, pretending not to notice the cold eyes behind him. Li Shimin was also stunned. He had seen countless people, but as one of the Tang emperors, this was the first time he had seen such a strange woman. Li Shimin took a deep breath and hooked his finger behind him. Little Gizi, who was mixed in with a group of guards disguised as common people, hurriedly ran over. Li Shimin pondered for a long time before saying, "Remember this woman. Later, send her to Madame. Tell her to be strict with the women in the family." Just now, Li Shimin was also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. There were countless beauties in the harem, but he didn't have time to figure out their thoughts one by one. At this moment, after seeing Cui Yingying, Li Shimin thought of the harem and Zhangsun Wugo. Instantly, he felt sorry for the empress. He didn't know if there were such people among the beauties, but Li Shimin was sure that there were many such talents in the harem. After thinking for a while, Li Shimin added, "If there are, send them away immediately." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sympathize with Li Shimin. Although there were many women and concubines in their family, there were only a few of them. Therefore, when they went back and did some investigation, there was almost no problem with a bunch of them. But the harem? That's a few hundred people. Even if the emperor was exhausted to death, he would not be able to complete such a magnificent project. At this moment, everyone made a decision in their hearts. In the future, if any of their sons dared to marry such a woman, they would be directly tied up and sent to the grey house on the mountain to be eunuch Gao's companion. It was better than causing such trouble in the future. If their ancestors dared to jump out of their graves and hack them to death, furthermore, they believed that other than Fengzi, no one in the world could subdue such a vicious woman. In the future, she would definitely ruin their family. At this moment, on the stage, after being stunned for a moment, Zhang Feng looked at Cui Yingying with a headache. What should I say about her now? What should I say? Zhang Feng sighed and impatiently gestured for her to leave. Miss Cui, we have something to do today. Please leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me, Zhang Feng, for finding someone to throw you out. You Bao Lin, you Bao Qi. Hearing this, the two of them immediately withdrew their hands from Ching Chimo's waist and hurried forward. Yes, master. Send her away. Although the crowd didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's gesture. But at this moment, they roughly understood the meaning of the gesture. It was basically equivalent to scram as far away from Lao Tzu as possible. Probably, Zhang Feng's mood was similar to this. It was just that for Mr. Yushan's sake, he couldn't say it directly. Hearing this, Cui Yingying's face suddenly turned red. Then, she actually, sob. The air suddenly froze with this incomparably bitter sound, which was so bitter that it gave people goosebumps. Everyone's head buzzed as if it was about to explode. Zhang Feng also had an impulse to chop someone up. Fortunately, Li Shaogong was more composed. At this moment, Zhang Feng already had the intention to kill. He hurriedly urged the people from the Ministry of Personnel, "Come, quickly send Miss Chui away. Quick." He was afraid that if they delayed, Zhang Feng would really dare to kill. After all, for a person who dared to kill for his brother in the streets of Chang'an City, Zhang Feng really did do this. However, if Zhang Feng dared to do it now, then the trouble would really be big. Therefore, Li Shaogong hurriedly called a few stationed soldiers with sticks and directly sent Cui Yingying away. Seeing this, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shaogong meaningfully and then waved his hand impatiently, indicating that the experiment officially began. At this moment, Zhang Feng then weakly clasped his fist to the crowd and said, "Everyone, today's phosphate fertilizer factory's production phase officially begins. Please take a seat." As Zhang Feng's voice fell, everyone once again woke up from the shock caused by Cui Yingying. After all, Zhang Feng didn't want to mention this matter, which was the best ending. If someone was ignorant about this matter and asked about the bet, then that would be really ignorant. However, just as Li Qingqian and the others went up at the entrance of Tunghua, Niu Weili and the others encountered a troublesome matter. Chapter 1630. At the city gate. Although there were very few people because of the phosphate fertilizer factory outside the city, there were still countless people who were rushing to the factory to see what was going on. There were also businessmen and celebrities who had just arrived from other places. At this moment, there was a commotion at the city gate. The county magistrate of Chang'an County, Niu Weili, was actually leading the bailiffs and driving the ox carts out of the city. These vehicles were not carrying prisoners, nor were they carrying anything else. Instead, they were carrying large, white pigs. And they were all alive. However, these pigs were as big as calves. Although there were black, white, and flowery ones, each and every one of these pigs was so shocking. This undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, along the way, many people followed these carts to see where they were going. However, when they found out that these people were actually from Mount E, and they were all from White Deer College, everyone was in an uproar. Because long ago, they had heard that President Zhang had stirred up more than 300,000 pigs up the mountain. Then, not long after, there was this pork that was famous in Chang'an. After that, there was a rumor outside Chang'an City that there was a type of pig that no one had ever seen before. And now, the appearance of these pigs, as well as the appearance of these people, instantly made everyone come to a realization. This seemed to be, was it really made by President Zhang Feng? However, this was the big day of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Although this pig was not bad, why would it appear here at this time? Therefore, all the people could not help but follow these carts to the phosphate fertilizer factory outside the city. At this moment, just as these carts were about to cross the suspension bridge over the moat, all of a sudden, a series of shrill screams came from behind. This time, everyone, including the guards at the city gate, looked over. Even Niu Weili and the old village chief turned around abruptly. They saw a skinny man in his 40s lying on the ground beside Tufu Zhang's carriage. He was really yelling. One of his hands was hugging his leg, while the other was hugging the wheel of the carriage. When he saw everyone looking over, his roar became even more shrill. "Men! Zhang Tufu killed someone. Does anyone care? Murder!" Hearing this, Zhang Tufu's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Looking at the crowd, Zhang Tufu shouted, "Old Zhang my ass, you motherf asterisk cur. Don't cause trouble for Lao Tzu. Can we talk about your matters later? I have something important to do today." "I don't care. You crushed my leg. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I'll go find the county magistrate and reason with him." Elder Zhang was lying on the ground. When he saw Zhang Tufu coming over, he hugged Zhang Tufu's leg and refused to let go. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. At this time, how could Nyo Whaley have the time to care about this trivial matter? Annoyed, he walked over and scolded, "Men, tie up this blind dog for this official." Instantly, that old Jing panicked. Jing Tofu's expression was also a little unnatural. He hurriedly said, "Lord Nyo, please calm down. This person is my younger brother. He just saw that I've been living a better life recently, so he thought." Nyo Whaley did not care about this trivial matter. He waved his hand and said, "There's only 2 more hours until noon. If you mess up this important matter, your family will have to move. You see for yourself." While speaking, Nyo Whaley hurried to the old village chief and said, "Old village chief, if there's really no other way, let's go first. We'll come back after old Jing has settled it." "No, he's the only one who knows how to kill pigs." Without waiting for him to finish, Nyo Whaley said speechlessly, "Isn't it just killing a pig? When the time comes, how can so many people suffocate a pig?" While speaking, Nyo Whaley took the lead and led the rest of the people and carriages to the phosphate fertilizer factory. Only Jing Tofu and his family were left there bickering. At this time, that old Jing did not even care about the county magistrate. He became even more arrogant. His words made the passers-by unable to listen to him any longer. Anyway, he said whatever was unpleasant to hear. At this time, the people who were being targeted because of this matter began to spread from the suspension bridge of the moat to the city gate. This was originally their family matter. Moreover, the city gate guards knew Jing Tofu and White Deer College's matter. After all, they saw people from White Deer College coming in and out every day. Not only were these people generous, but they were also not arrogant at all. In the eyes of the city gate guards, they were as polite as brothers. At this time, things seemed to be getting more and more out of control. The city gate guards could not sit still anymore. They stepped forward. The city gate guards directly used long hair to prick up old Zhang's fart. "Men, drag Lao Tzu to the prison." This time, old Zhang's fart exploded. He hurriedly looked at the guards and said, "It was the county magistrate who told us to settle it ourselves." "Sir, please understand." The city gate guard pursed his lips and crossed his arms. He pointed at his feet and said, "Other than here, he's in charge of other places. However, this is Lao Tzu's territory. You dare to cause trouble here. Now, Lao Tzu is telling you that I now suspect that you're closely related to the fire in Chang'an City. Men, escort him to the prison of the Ministry of Justice and wait for interrogation." This time, everyone was in an uproar. It was obvious that he did not like old Zhang. Otherwise, how could this small matter be related to the fire in Chang'an City? Him. Was he worthy? Chapter 1631. The disturbance on the moat did not affect today's matter at all. On the contrary, everyone's mood was even higher now. Old Jing fart this person. Because Jing Tofu had made a fortune, he wholeheartedly wanted to get a piece of the pie. However, everyone here knew that these were all Principal Zhang Feng's businesses, and Jing Tofu was just a caretaker. However, he was the type who had the final say in terms of money and whatnot. That was equivalent to saying, President Zhang handed everything to Jing Tofu. She even gave him money to come up with ideas. But President Zhang did not care about the money he earned. In the past 2 months, Jing Tofu's business grew bigger and bigger. His influence was also growing. Hence, his poorer relatives gathered around him. As for the purpose, naturally, they all knew. Now that he was in jail, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, from this matter, it could be seen that Principal Zhang and the White Deer Academy's reputation was truly great. They were actually able to make everyone so obedient. Even the guards at the city gate were helping them. How could they not be excited? At this moment, outside the phosphate fertilizer factory, old He, Zhu Zi's father, and the others were pacing around anxiously. Li Shimin also seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. The experiment on the stage was still ongoing. Although the experiment was very simple. The two water troughs, which were about 5 feet wide, were carefully replaced with a copper water trough in the middle. However, the water trough was in the shape of a barrel. There were some inch-high holes on it. There was a section of pipe in each of these holes. This made people feel uncomfortable. They did not know what was going on. Below the pipe, there were a few black pipes. They did not know what material they were made of. They were very soft, but also very hard. These things occupied the entire phosphate fertilizer factory. In the large field in the middle of the phosphate fertilizer factory, they were like two copper rivers. They looked very mysterious. However, below the two water troughs, in the lower half of the field, was a huge pond. The pond had been smeared with cement transported from Mount Shao. At this time, due to the injection of clear water, it looked quite magnificent. However, there were schools of miscellaneous fish jumping happily in the pond. Beside the pond was the road leading down the mountain. The road was also paved with cement. The entire phosphate fertilizer plant gave off only one feeling. That was heroism. After all, at this time, cement could only be used in the imperial palace, the houses of the princes and ministers, and the streets of Chang and city. But here, from the foot of the mountain to the field on the mountain, and those houses were almost all made of this stuff. This thing, but it was precious. From this, it could be seen that President Zhang Zhangfeng and His Majesty attached great importance to this matter. However, after working for so long, the experiment was about to begin. However, the pigs still hadn't arrived. To those who knew about this, they were all incredibly hesitant, not knowing what was going on. Why was there still no sign of the pig after so long? Li Shimin also said slightly to Yu Qigong, "Old Yu, quickly bring some experts to take a look. Don't let anything go wrong." Yu Qigong muttered. But he still went. After all, this matter was really too big. Such a big thing had happened in Chang and a few days ago. Today, everything was guarded except for the people transporting the pig. Logically speaking, this should be the time, but it was almost time. If they hadn't arrived yet, how could they not be worried? After all, even though Zhang Feng's shocking talent had shocked these merchants and the people of the outer regions, the phosphate fertilizer and this pork were the true highlight of the show. They couldn't be careless at all. However, less than the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Qigong hurried back. Li Shimin couldn't help but be stunned. But when he saw Niu Weili and the old village chief behind him, he was relieved and once again watched the performance of Li Qingqian and the others on the stage. At this time, on the stage. Following the operation of Li Qingqian and the others. At this time, all the materials and equipment were installed under the command of the following people. And the sound of the pigs squealing attracted the attention of the merchants, the common people, and the ministers. But at this time, the focus of everyone's attention was still the phosphate fertilizer. So, although they were still surprised and shocked at this time, what was this pig? However, his eyes were fixed on the people on the stage. Jing Tufu and the others were not idle either. After drinking a bowl of water, Old He urged anxiously, "Hurry up and kill the pig. Look at the time. Is there enough time in 2 hours?" Zhang Feng also saw the situation here. After giving instructions to Li Qingqian and the others, and chatting with Li Shaogong and the others, and after a speech, he hurried to the kitchen here. As soon as he came in, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin and the others sitting on the small bench in surprise and said, "Lao Li, what do you mean by this? We have prepared a seat for you over there." "You, why?" Hearing this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "There are high-ranking officials and dignitaries everywhere. It's not appropriate for us to go there. Besides, in today's situation, do you think it's appropriate for me to go there?" What if that crafty woman gets hold of something that can be used against us? Today's matter will be blown up. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded. After all, many people in the court knew that Lao Li and the others were secretly communicating with the ministers in the court. Zhang Feng didn't need to guess to know. But almost everyone pretended not to know. But if that bastard Cui Yingying exposed this matter, it wouldn't be fun. So, Zhang Feng didn't insist. After giving a few people a cigarette, he asked old He and the others to quickly help kill the pig. Wait, this pig was the highlight. This time. Zheng Tufu instantly tore off the expensive clothes on his body and said generously, "Come, come, come, give me 10 good men. The rest of you boil water for me. Today, we are killing a pig in front of all the ministers. This is an opportunity that I will never encounter in my life. What are you waiting for? Let's do it." Chapter 1632. Above, the phosphate fertilizer experiment was being carried out in a hustle and bustle. Below, the people in Tonghuifang were sharpening their knives for pigs and sheep as if they were celebrating the new year. Moreover, there were hundreds of people in Tonghuifang. Almost all the dishes had been prepared, and the brine had been prepared long ago. The bursts of fragrance could be smelled at least a mile away. Today, Zhang Feng wanted to make a big deal out of it. The best way to make it known to the entire Chang'an and all the people around Chang'an. Therefore, although the experiment had begun, there was still an endless stream of people coming. And this made the chefs in Tonghuifang suffer. In the end, Li Shimin had no choice but to hurriedly send people to Chang'an City and call all the chefs in the Chang'an hotel over. For a moment, a strange scene appeared at the foot of the entire Longzhou mountain. On the platform above, there was complete silence. And at the kitchen less than 100 steps away, there was an uproar at this time. The pig roared as if it didn't care about its life or its cost. Chasing and cursing chickens and ducks, and the frightened cackling of chickens and ducks, made this place more lively than those high officials and dignitaries on the platform. But this made Li Shimin and the others suffer. At this time, several people wanted to leave, but they couldn't bring themselves to do so. But if they didn't leave, at this time, they were already covered with chicken feathers, but this farce didn't last long, and their attention was attracted by a jujube red horse. To be precise, almost all the ministers couldn't help but look at the entrance of the phosphate fertilizer factory. They saw that at the intersection, a jujube red horse was striding over, snorting with each step. Such a strong horse didn't attract much attention, but what attracted everyone was the young man on the horse's back. Even Li Shimin was a little expectant at this time, wondering what this person was doing here. The person who came was Niu Jinda's son, Niu Jinhu. Wasn't Niu Jinhu's leg broken? Why did he come at this time? Zhang Feng naturally saw Niu Jinhu as well, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. If it was in the future, such a serious injury would require at least half a year of recovery before he could barely walk. Even if the tonics in this era were all natural, coupled with the fact that one's family was rich and could eat bone soup for every meal, it still wouldn't be so quick to recover, right? After pondering for a while, Zhang Feng gave himself an answer. Perhaps it was because of his strong physique. Student Niu Xiaohu greets the dean. The moment he saw Zhang Feng, Niu Jinhu hurriedly and carefully dismounted from his horse, and then straightened his back. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Especially the people from the Third Ministry and the Imperial College of Hongwenguan. At this moment, the commoners who didn't know what was going on couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I say, who is this Niu Xiaohu? I don't know, I've never heard of it. But look at those adults, they all look very shocked. Could it be that they all know this person? Who knows, let's wait and see. I think there will be a good show to watch with his arrival. Of course, Zhang Feng heard it clearly. Li Shimin and the others couldn't sit still anymore and stood up one after another. Niu Jinhu couldn't help but almost knelt down due to his weak knees. Little nephew Niu Xiaohu greets the uncles. Good, good, good. Xiaohu, is your leg okay? Li Shimin couldn't help but step forward excitedly, pulled Niu Jinhu and asked. At this time, Niu Jinhu was wearing a brownish-red robe. If Li Shimin hadn't said it, no one would have known that there was a problem with his leg. At this time, the commoners finally listened carefully. Everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears. Niu Jinhu was also unusually excited at this time. 3 days ago, he accidentally found that he could walk again. His father had to go to Chiuzi with the crown prince, so he had a lot of things to do and didn't have time to pay attention to him. Because of his leg, the family didn't call him unless it was necessary. But this kid couldn't sit still. When he found out about the phosphate fertilizer factory 3 days later, how could he be so anxious? Therefore, under the decision of the higher-ups, he tried to walk again. However, he didn't do it well and fell, alarming the maids and servants in the family. In an instant, the elders in the family came out one by one to reprimand him. Niu Jinhu was so angry. But he couldn't say it out loud. He could only hang his head and suffer an entire day of ideological education. Originally, he wanted to tell everyone that his leg was fine. But how could his family believe his words? After all, his right leg was still tied with a bamboo clip at this time. Only at night, under Niu Jinhu's coercion, did he ask his personal maid to find him some tools to remove the bamboo clip on his leg. The 3 iron rods that were originally embedded in his leg bone had been removed long ago. However, Zhang Feng warned that although these things were removed, it was still dangerous at this time. If he made a big move, the leg bone that had just been fixed would crack again. But, how could he care about that at this time? It was uncomfortable to hold his breath. He simply endured the discomfort and stood up again. But this time, something magical happened. Although there was still some weakness in his right leg, it allowed him to move slowly. This made Niu Jinhu excited for the whole night. But from the next day, he didn't go out and practice walking at home all day. Until today, when the people in the family found the bamboo clip that he threw outside the courtyard wall, they found out about him. However, at this time, Niu Jinhu had already stolen Niu Jinda's beloved horse and came here. Thinking about it now, Niu Jinhu still felt uncontrollably excited. He tried hard to calm himself down. Niu Jinhu slowly lifted his right leg and walked step by step toward Li Shimin. But this action of his made the people from the 3rd department, Li Qingqian and the others who were doing the experiment, and the people from the Hongwenguan Imperial College, go into an uproar. Oh my God! This kid's leg is fine. Chapter 1633. At this time, the people who were most shocked were the people of the 3 tribes, Ouyang Kai, Lu Hongwen, and the others. They had seen Niu Jinhu's leg injury with their own eyes. Even Dr. Sun would not be able to treat such an injury. After all, this kid's leg bone had pierced through his skin. Logically speaking, it should have been cut off to save his life. However, not only did Zhang Feng not cut off his leg, he even reconnected it. How long had it been? 2 months. 2 months. Although Niu Jinhu still seemed to be walking unsteadily at this time, he was able to walk after all. What did this prove? Previously, they were only shocked. As for whether Niu Jinhu could walk or not, they did not have much hope. However, at this time, what did they see? They saw that Niu Jinhu actually appeared in front of them again. But the kind that was standing. How could this not be shocking? At this time, Li Shimin, Qin Yaojin, and the others were also very shocked. But at the same time, they were also a little excited and happy. They were happy because Niu Jinda's only son was finally saved. After all, he was a minister in the imperial court. After all, it was not good to hear that his leg was broken. At this time, seeing that Niu Jinhu's leg was cured, Li Shimin and the others were naturally happy for Niu Jinda. And they were excited because this matter could finally be put to use in the Battle of Chutzi soon. Li Shimin would rather fix the broken bones of those soldiers than choose to abandon them. After all, it took much more time to train a new soldier than a year, especially those who were stationed at the border. They were all treasures. If one of them was lost, it would really be one less. Those new soldiers needed at least a year of training before they could go to the battlefield. However, such a battlefield would take at least 3 years. Therefore, at this time, Li Shimin and Qing Yaojin were so excited. Qing Yaojin hurriedly pulled Niu Jianhu and made him sit down. Then, he lifted up his trousers. In such a short period of time, Qing Yaojin pulled up his pants. Ouyang Kai, Li Shaogong, and the rest also slowly walked over. Their eyes were fixed on Niu Jinhu's legs, not daring to blink. After all, compared to what happened on the stage, there was simply no comparison. If this method of resetting a broken leg was real, then it would definitely cause an uproar all over the world. It was truly a miracle in the medical world. However, phosphate fertilizer was different. Previously, everyone knew that he would succeed. Today, they were only here to see how he operated it. What did this have to do with them? All they had to do was pay for the phosphate fertilizer. But this was different. If one day they broke their legs, this thing might come in handy. This was a matter of great importance to him. They cherished their lives more than anyone else, which was why they were like this. Feng Zi, come and take a look. Is your leg really healed? Zhang Feng didn't dare to be careless. This thing was related to the reputation of White Deer College's medical department. If something went wrong, then where would he recruit medical geniuses in the future? Zhang Feng hurriedly squatted down. Although he really didn't understand this thing, he still pretended to use his fingers to tap everywhere, asking if it hurt here, where it was itchy, and so on. After a while, Zhang Feng put down Niu Jinhu's leg and scolded, "Your leg is fine, but if you keep running like this, there will definitely be a big problem in less than 3 days. Moreover, you will probably be a cripple for the rest of your life. Go back and recuperate right now. You cannot walk more than 2 hours a day. After a month, you will be fine." Niu Jinhu said that he was fine with a smile. But he was more agitated than anyone else. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say this, he panicked. Cripple. Damn it. Why don't I just kill him? At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say this, Niu Jinhu finally took it seriously. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, Dean." While speaking, Niu Jinhu cupped his fists at the crowd and then hurriedly rode away. After he left, Zhang Feng looked at the shocked crowd, cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, this person is my student. 2 months ago, he broke his right leg in an accident. Later on, he was treated and only recovered today." Looking at Zhang Feng, who was still pretending to be cool on the stage, Li Shimin glanced at Li Shaogong and said in a low voice, "Let's wait for a while. We will deal with this matter as we see fit. By the way, let's talk about it." Li Shaogong was stunned. When he was about to ask Li Shimin, he saw that the emperor was still smoking with the kitchen staff at this time. In an instant, Li Shaogong had a headache. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was pretending to be cool, he had to ask everyone to return to their seats. After all, if they surrounded Zhang Feng like this, it would not only be a disgrace to the gentleman but also a joke. Even if there was something serious, when this matter was over, it would not be a problem. At most, they could directly go to Zhang Feng's house and wait there. This guy would not go back to see them, right? At the thought of those good things, Li Xiaogong's heart was itching. Here, everything that Zhang Feng did today was enough for everyone present to earn endless wealth. Therefore, This matter could not be rushed. It had to be done slowly. Chapter 1634. Just when everyone was thinking about it, Li Xiaogong coughed and said, "President Zhang, why don't we discuss it later? How about we talk about it after the matter here is settled?" Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and said, "That's great, that's great. What happened just now was really an accident. Everyone, shall we continue?" Hearing Zhang Feng's words, how could anyone have any other thoughts? They had no choice but to return to their seats reluctantly. At this time, Zhang Feng didn't want to talk about it, and Li Qinhuang was also like this. How could everyone not know what Li Qinhuang was planning? Seeing this, everyone could only cup their fists and pretend that they didn't know anything. They returned to the stage again. However, at this time, the phosphate fertilizer experiment was really not worth looking at. Basically, there were only a few things. At this time, everyone's attention was completely attracted by the broken leg of Niu Jinhu and the glass that appeared in this experiment, as well as the artificial ice. After all, the method that could regenerate a broken leg and the method that could make ice out of nothing were absolutely rare in the world. More importantly, they were looking at the bottles and jars used for the experiment on the stage. How could anyone be in the mood to look at these? They had long been attracted by the magical things that Zhang Feng fiddled with, but after all, the experiment had progressed to this step. Everyone could only continue patiently. At this time, on the stage, Li Qingqian and the others saw this and gradually recovered from their shock. They shook their heads and hurriedly asked everyone to continue the experiment. The experiment was actually very simple. It was just a magnification of the usual experiment by dozens or even hundreds of times. The experiment was still the same as before, but the instruments used for the experiment had turned into huge toys. Under Zhang Feng's order, a team of craftsmen not far away dragged a few large carts of grayish-white stones over. These people wore leather masks on their faces and their mouths were wrapped with a strange thing. At this time, Li Qingqian bowed and said, "Please put on your masks quickly. This thing is the raw material of phosphate fertilizer, phosphate rock. The poisonous things that were rumored to be in the market are indeed poisonous, but the poisonous part is this raw material." "What do you mean this thing is poisonous? Oh my God, what's going on? Almost the masks, where did the masks go? Who can give me a mask, oh my God?" In the midst of the exclamations, the people of the three tribes panicked and hurriedly looked for masks everywhere. Li Qingqian seemed to be prepared. After seeing this, he waved his hand again. The workers of the phosphate fertilizer factory quickly came out with a large tray of masks. At this time, the people of the three tribes were like crazy, scrambling for these masks. Zhang Feng seemed to pretend that he didn't see it and he signaled Li start of it. After all, from the very beginning, these people already knew all the information about phosphate fertilizer. However, since everyone was still the same, Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain anything. Moreover, the phosphate rock had been stored for a long time now, so there was basically no toxicity to speak of. Therefore, smelling it now did not have any effect. Moreover, at this time, the place they were in was not that kind of enclosed environment, so the toxicity of the situation they encountered was simply negligible. Just as everyone was panicking, they saw Li Qingqian and the others on the stage chuckle. They called out to the crowd and poured all the phosphate ore from one of the carts onto a glass jar that was 10 feet tall. Then, some craftsmen lit the firewood under the large glass jar. With a boom, the firewood was ignited. The craftsman who added water and phosphate rock on top quickly closed the lid. Then, they connected a black pipe made of unknown material to the large copper pipe that was prepared in advance and connected it to the port above the water tank. Although this matter looked very simple, at this time, with everyone's actions, slowly, in an instant, traces of smoke could be seen emerging from the pipes. These pipes may be simple, but in any case, these pipes had just been connected and the fire under the jar below had just been lit. This jar had just been lit. Why was there smoke? What was the matter with the smoke? Just as everyone was waiting in shock and anxiousness. In the time it took to eat a meal, traces of smoke could be seen rising from the brass pipe. At first, no one paid attention to it and mistakenly thought that it was smoke caused by the burning firewood. However, the smoke gradually became so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. This instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then, the entire pipe was filled with thick smoke. At this time, everyone couldn't sit still. However, the people on the stage didn't seem to notice at all. They continued to increase the fire under the large glass jar. In an instant, everyone was horrified to find that. At this time, this brass pipe that occupied the entire square was filled with smoke. They saw that Majo and the others didn't just stand there. Instead, they followed Hao Chu-jun and the others down the pipe and walked towards the pool below. Everyone was speechless and surprised. They followed them down one after another to see what was going on. Chapter 1635. When they came to the bottom of the pool, in an instant, he was shocked speechless by the mist floating on the surface of the pond. However, if you exclude the floating or struggling fishes on the surface of the water surface at this time was like a fairyland. Although there were waves, the mist above it made people feel like they were in a fairyland. At this moment, Ma Zhou and the rest acted as though they did not see anything amidst the exclamations of the crowd. They quickly used a stick and stirred the water with all their might. Then, they used a small ladle-like object to poke at the bottom for a while. Instantly, everyone saw that there was a layer of white substance in the ladle in Hao Chu-jun's hand. Instantly, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss! This is phosphate fertilizer. On the other side, Zhang Feng did not care about what happened here. After all, it was destined to happen. Zhang Feng was too lazy to care about it. As long as there was no big accident, the opening of the phosphate fertilizer factory could be completed perfectly. And it achieved an unexpected effect, especially Niu Xiaohu's last hit, which made Zhang Feng almost want to go up and kiss him. If Niu Xiaohu did not appear today, Zhang Feng would have forgotten about this matter. His appearance today would only make this matter more beautiful and achieve the best effect. There was also the phosphate fertilizer. After all, phosphate fertilizer was a necessary thing to improve the state of food in the Tang Dynasty. It was also an important thing to solve the crisis of the Tang Dynasty. In the agricultural era, food was the hard currency of a country. Without food, it was basically useless. The reason why Zhang Feng took out these bottles and jars today was actually premeditated. Although this thing wasn't a secret to Zhang Feng, and it wasn't heavy either, it was just a piece of glass. However, Zhang Feng always remembered that this was the great Tang Dynasty. At this time, glass could only be called colored glass. At this time, the technology of making glass was not mature and could not be forged into that kind of transparent glass. On the one hand, it was because of the temperature. On the other hand, it was because there was nothing that could withstand the melting point of this dry pot. But after all, Zhang Feng used to be a college student. For these things, he had some understanding of common experimental courses. Therefore, he could make this thing. Coincidentally, Zhang Feng also met a group of talents brought back by Niu Jinda and others from the western region. Without this master, Zhang Feng really did not dare to guarantee that he could make it in a short time. Moreover, it was transparent glass. But at least it was made. However, this thing could not be enjoyed alone. It needed to be shared with others. More importantly, it needed to be turned into something useful, such as the golden ingot, which was a real good thing. What he lacked was such an opportunity. Zhang Feng had been pondering over this matter for some time, and the people who needed this item and those merchants who could discover the business opportunities of this item would definitely come after hearing the news. It was to the extent that some merchants from outside the realm would flock over, and what they needed was such an opportunity. After all, he was really short of money now. Although his previous businesses had already allowed him to make a lot of money, he still had more than 3,000 mouths to feed after all. Moreover, he had bought so much land some time ago. At this time, Zhang Feng really didn't have much money in his pocket. If he didn't develop some side businesses, he really didn't dare to guarantee that he wouldn't be able to survive this year. Most importantly, if this batch of goods could be sold, Zhang Feng could guarantee that these goods would be sold all over the western region before the end of the year, which was the Spring Festival. At this time, if he gave these businessmen hope, it would be a large batch of orders next year. It was really not a big deal. So what if he gave it away? What he cared about was long-term strategic cooperation and business exchanges. After all, when the time came, he would open up his own trade route after he obtained the trade center of Chuzhi City. The pork and glass products were some of the most important things in the future. This was Zhang Feng's main plan. However, he never expected that someone would actually give him such a big pillow when he was sleepy. That person was Cui Yingying. At this time, he did not know whether to thank or hate this woman. She actually jumped out at this critical time and gave him a fatal blow. Originally, Zhang Feng thought that this ice would be made next year. After all, although Zhang Feng was involved, he had this idea when he made ice for the first time. However, it was already autumn at that time. For some places in the northern region and the western region, snow and ice had already covered the sky. At this time, the businessmen could already harvest and use it. Therefore, there was almost no need to make ice. Therefore, Zhang Feng planned to launch this thing in spring or early summer next year. The sensation it would cause would definitely be unprecedented. At the very least, it would be cool in the Imperial Palace in summer. This would cause quite a stir. Zhang Feng was even sure that the emperor would definitely be pleased. At that time, it would be easy for him to become an official or something. However, after being provoked by Cui Yingying today, Zhang Feng could only beat her at her own game and get this thing out. According to his observation, this thing seemed to cause an unprecedented sensation. Then. Chapter 1636. At this moment, Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who was deep in thought, with a smile. He found that Zhang Feng was secretly delighted at this moment. He couldn't help but pat Zhang Feng's shoulder in surprise. Feng Zi, what are you laughing at? Zhang Feng tried hard to calm himself down. He coughed and said, nothing. I just thought of something funny. Li Shimin felt a little strange, but what could he do if Zhang Feng didn't say anything? He just sighed and said, these things are hidden very well. If I didn't come here secretly today, were you not going to tell me these things? Zhang Feng pretended to be confused. He scratched his head and asked, Lao Li, what are you talking about? With our relationship, do I need to hide it like this? Ha! Li Shimin smiled insincerely and pursed his lips. Then you're talking about these glazed cups and this ice. I remember this glazed cup. I seem to have seen it when I was looking for you on the mountain. But you didn't seem to have any interest in it at all. Today, you're actually so generous to take it out. Are you holding back some big move? With that said, Wei Zheng and the others hurriedly pricked up their ears. They also knew what Li Shimin was thinking at this time. However, they didn't say anything because they were also thinking about this thing. If they could really get this thing, it would be great. Ice was a good thing, especially on a hot summer day. Having a bowl of ice water was simply better than being a god. But there were still people who couldn't sit still, such as Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin also added oil to the fire and sighed with a strange expression. You still say that we're brothers. This confirms the old saying that brothers should settle accounts clearly. Such a good thing, but as brothers, you don't even have it. Instead, you want to hide it. How could Zhang Feng not hear the sarcasm in their words? He glared at Qing Yaojin speechlessly. I say, old Qin, can you not be so sarcastic? Don't think that I don't know that Tai Nyo and the others brought a lot of things back to Chang and University. Do you really think that I'm a clueless person who doesn't know anything? What's more, Tai Nyo was the most diligent at that time, followed by Li Gan. Not to mention De Bing, they took almost half of my things home. Now you're saying that I'm hiding it. Where's your conscience? Seeing that his lie had been exposed, Li Shimon's face was a bit embarrassed. Although Li Qingqian was indeed a lot of things that he had brought back, for Li Shimon who had such a large family, those things were simply a drop in the bucket. There wasn't even enough to go around. When it was his turn, how could there be anything good left behind? But at this time, due to some things, he couldn't say anything. He just pretended that he didn't know. The alliance changed the topic. Feng Zi, you brought out such good things this time. Are you planning to export them? Zhang Feng was a bit surprised. He glanced at Li Shimon and said, not bad, Lao Li. As expected of a business family. You've guessed it so quickly. You're right. Today's opening ceremony of the phosphate fertilizer factory is actually an excuse. After all, you know that buying ores and other miscellaneous things requires a lot of money, and I haven't received any money for a month or two. So I'm guessing that your side might have encountered such a situation. I'll rely on you and those things. We can't always live off our savings. We have to find some ways to make money. Most importantly, didn't you say that the Qianbei city gave us the Qianbei city? Since the trade route in Chutzi city has been handed over to us, shouldn't we open up our own trade route since it was taught to us? Look at the things that appeared today, as well as the many merchants who came. This is inevitable, but it also makes me feel a bit incredulous. After all, we've been planning this for a whole month, and we've been waiting for today. So, I've been prepared before this. We don't expect to make much money from the phosphate fertilizer, and we're not willing to sell it to the outside world. So we have to think of other ways. That's why we came up with this. However, today's matter is beyond my expectations. Especially this Cui Yingying. She's helped me a lot. Think about it. The seafood and other things that were transported from Jinla are basically all dead, and the losses on the road are serious. We have to bear all these costs, so we can save a lot. Even the loss of the journey and the time spent traveling back and forth will be reduced by more than half. I believe you all know how to calculate this. As for the western regions, due to geographical reasons, it has always been relatively dry and the temperature is generally higher. Therefore, our current trading products are almost the same as before, such as some meat, poultry, and so on. Because it is not easy to preserve them, we can't sell them to those places. This is a huge loss. Now that the Qianbei city's commercial products are basically in our hands, why don't we develop a new commercial product? Chapter 1637. After all, Li Shimon was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng's words, he understood a lot of things. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, he could not help but excitedly put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder. Did you plan all this long ago? Zhang Feng shrugged. If it weren't for Cui Yingying, this plan would probably be delayed until May next year. Because of Cui Yingying, our plan has to be brought forward today. But I'm worried that although the plan has been brought forward, it will have to wait until at least next year when the situation is temporarily stabilized before it can be carried out. At this time, Li Shimon's mind only encountered this word and the things that Zhang Feng said. For the Tang Dynasty, this was like a timely rain. At this time, money was needed everywhere in the Tang Dynasty. The military department had basically owed a lot of profits to the military. It was at least 3 months in arrears. Even at this time, winter was about to come. Li Shimon was also worried about the winter clothes and other things for the generals in the military. He was so worried that he could not sleep all day. Everything needed money. The reason why Li Shimin did not dare to fight this time was that he lacked money and food. Once the war started, the damaged machines would completely drain the Tang dynasty. Although there were many industries supporting the military at this time, this was only enough to maintain the current situation caused by the famine in the Tang dynasty. This was only enough to maintain the situation. It was still too early to really offset the two. Not to mention the problems caused by the emergence of new weapons at this time. Money was needed everywhere. Although he had tried everything to get money and even began to print a lot of banknotes, it was just a blank check after all. He was very clear about the drinks stored in the military and the vaults of various places. If he took these things and exchanged them, where would he get the things to exchange? There was only one word to describe them: poverty. It's coming out, phosphate fertilizer is coming out. Following a cry of surprise, Li Shimin's sorrow was instantly interrupted. Li Shimin took a deep breath and looked at the sea of people who were crying out in surprise. He knew that now was not the time to talk about this. He stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look." After all, it was not the right time to think too much. He had to deal with the phosphate fertilizer first and see what the merchants wanted from ice, pork, and lioli before discussing other things. Zhang Feng naturally didn't have the time to play these childish games with them. All he knew was that after receiving compliments from the crowd, endless merchants, nobles, and ministers would come to befriend him. After Zhang Feng promised, he signaled Chen Chumo and the others with his eyes to go to the kitchen. After learning about the situation in the kitchen, Zhang Feng cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, please be quiet, everyone." After shouting for 2 or 3 times, everyone present slowly quieted down. However, everyone's gaze was still focused on the phosphor fertilizer in the white pond. After all, the phosphate fertilizer in the pool was just produced with their own eyes, and the consumption was only a few carts of ores. When had they ever seen such a magical item? Piles of ores that looked like dirt magically turned into a pool of white foam right in front of their eyes. And this thing was the legendary phosphate fertilizer that could increase the yield of grain by tens of times. Furthermore, it had only taken him less than 2 hours to do so. Looking at the pool at this time, everyone was smart. How could they not know the profit in it? To produce such a pool in 2 hours, one could imagine how much could be produced in a day. Moreover, everyone present at this time came for this thing. But after seeing this thing, who would be in the mood to do anything else? Even the glass and ice just now were suppressed in the bottom of their hearts at this time. Seeing Zhang Feng speak, everyone finally calmed down with difficulty. When Zhang Feng saw this, he laughed and cupped his fists. "Everyone, I know how you feel about the phosphor fertilizer. Let's put this matter aside for now. There will naturally be someone who will discuss this matter with you later. Today, I've invited all of you here because I want to let all of you have a taste of something good that this brat made. I believe that all of you should know about the braised meat, right?" When he said that, everyone instantly thought of the fat pigs just now. Everyone was shocked. Could it be, the thing President Zhang was talking about now was this big fat pig? Just as everyone was surprised, Zhang Feng slowly said, "That's right. I think everyone has already guessed it. It is indeed as everyone has guessed. It is those pigs just now. These pigs are not simple. Everyone, do you know how long it has been since these pigs were born? How would they know this?" They could only look at each other and wait for Zhang Feng to continue. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhang Feng could only rub his nose and say, "To be honest, these pigs only took a short 3 months. To be precise, it took less than 3 months for them to grow into what they are today." What? They grew to this size in 3 months. Chapter 1638. In an instant, everyone turned pale with fright. However, seeing that he had achieved his goal, Zhang Feng ignored everyone's exclamations and questions. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please come and taste it today." I guarantee that this pig is completely different from the pork you have seen before. However, I still need you to help me taste the difference. As for the specifics, Xing Tu Fu will explain to everyone later. I'll leave all of this to Xing Tu Fu. Everyone, please have your meal first. After dinner, we'll discuss the good and bad, as well as the phosphate fertilizer. What do you think? As he spoke, Chen Chumo and the others had already called out to the people of Tong Huifang to bring out basins of delicacies. The advantage of having more people was that the tables and stools that had already been prepared were neatly arranged in the square. At this moment, everyone was carrying basins of meat and placing them on the tables. Smelling the tempting aroma, everyone was already drooling. This time, not only did Zhang Feng prepare braised meat, he even prepared a variety of stir-fried dishes and even made a lot of red braised meat. After all, it was for these people to taste and promote the brand of pork. Therefore, Zhang Feng could be said to have put in a lot of effort this time. The old village head couldn't help but sigh when he saw these delicacies being taken advantage of so easily by these people. Every time he saw the plates of food and the meat on the table slowly diminishing, his heart ached as if it was dripping blood. Damn, this kid was too prodigal. He was simply a big prodigal. He didn't even have a bite of such good food. Instead, it was given to these ingrates. After a full 2 hours, Zhang Feng sneaked away dizzily. He used the method of urinating to sneak away. After all, he really couldn't withstand the continuous drinking. Not to mention the others. Just the 3 departments, including Hongwen Guan, Li Xiaogong and the others, added up to more than 100 people. Even if each person had a bowl. Damn it, they would end up drinking themselves to death. Not to mention these people who wanted to make friends with him, not to mention those merchants who were eagerly waiting for an opportunity to propose a toast. However, Zhang Feng's alcohol tolerance was only a so-so. After forcing himself to drink 5 bowls of wine, Zhang Feng had no choice but to surrender and beg for mercy. For Zhang Feng, drinking was just for fun. If it was the real drinking culture in the officialdom, Zhang Feng would not be able to drink so many people's toasts even if he drank himself to death. Even if Zhang Feng wanted to risk his life, he had to admit defeat. After all, Zhang Feng had more important things to do at this time, and that was to go home. There was also a cousin at home whom he had never seen before. She was waiting for him with the marriage contract that he was so worried about. How could he dare to tarry here? Zhang Feng's main purpose of coming down the mountain this time was to meet this cousin of his. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to come out. He believed that Li Gan and the others would definitely handle this matter better than him. After all, these guys were veterans at drinking. When Zhang Feng returned to the residence, he did not know if the news had already been sent back, but he saw that Du Ziding had been waiting for a long time. The moment she saw Zhang Feng, Du Ziding seemed to have found her backbone. She quickly went up to him and explained everything clearly. Yesterday, a woman had already arrived. Although the family had already sent someone up the mountain to inform them, they met Yu Qigong halfway. Yu Qigong asked everyone to make arrangements for the woman while he went to inform them. However, they had waited for such a long time. How could the people in the residence not be anxious? After all, who knew if this woman was an enemy in disguise, or if she was really the family head's cousin? After all, the burning of Chang and had just happened a few days ago. No one dared to be careless. Before Zhang Feng entered the living room, he finally heard the ins and outs of the matter. He could not help but feel slightly surprised. Old Du, are you sure this woman is from Liangzhou? With a stomachache and gastritis, he said uncertainly, probably. I haven't had time to ask. Besides, this woman's identity is special. She hasn't done anything out of line. So I think I can only wait for the family head to come back and make a decision. Zhang Feng was instantly unhappy when he heard this. He asked, where did Jia Daoren go? Why didn't I see him today? Du Ziding was stunned and quickly said, didn't the old master send him to the in-laws' residence and Chang and university to hold the fort? When Zhang Feng heard this, he remembered this matter. He glared at her and asked, "What do you mean by probably, probably?" "You're right. It's hard to say. Where did this woman come from? Didn't anyone go and find out? Also, you know that something big happened in Chang and a few days ago. Why are you so bold when someone suddenly shows up?" When Du Ziding heard this, she immediately felt wronged and said, in reply to the old master, "Old you said to leave this matter to him. So I didn't ask about it for the time being. After all, this woman's accent does sound like the accent of the Phoenix Ridge area. I've been there before, so..." Chapter 1639. When Zhang Feng heard this, he waved his hand speechlessly. He looked at Du Ziding and said, "Old Du, you can leave now. Remember, if you encounter something like this again in the future, ask around first." Hearing this, Du Ziding was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He apologized again and again before leaving. When Zhang Feng entered the study, he saw the back of a woman. She was wearing a pink gauze dress. The gauze dress was very ordinary, but that was only for rich people. It was indeed very ordinary. To ordinary people, it was definitely a rare item among rare items. To be able to wear it on this woman's body meant that her status was definitely not low. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhang Feng was even more depressed. After all, he did not know any cousin, nor was it that so-called Zhang Feng. At this time, the woman seemed to have reacted. She quickly turned around, and Zhang Feng finally saw her face clearly. Her appearance was actually not bad. Although she was not as pretty as the women Zhang Feng knew, and she was not as pretty as Cui Yingying, she had the kind of indescribable feeling that people who looked at her would remember her appearance. However, when the woman saw Zhang Feng, she did not seem to react at all. When Zhang Feng saw this, he clasped his hands and said, "I am Zhang Feng. Miss, may I ask who you are?" When the woman heard this, she reacted. Her expression was a bit strange. After a bit of etiquette, she said, "I am Zhu Kuer. Does Mr. Zhang still remember me?" Hearing this, Zhang Hong's head exploded. If he knew, why would he ask? However, it was not good to show it now. He just laughed and said, "Well, when I was at Phoenix Mountain, something happened. I basically forgot a lot of things." Then have you forgotten about your family?" After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Zhu Ku interrupted him and asked, "What?" Zhang Feng's expression froze. After thinking for a while, he said, "I won't hide it from you. Back then, my family was hit by a mountain flood. At that time, I was playing in the mountains. Fortunately, I was able to escape. Dan was not able to escape and was also affected by the mountain flood. It was because of this mountain flood that my head was hit by a heavy object. Although your life is not in danger, you don't remember anything of the past. Fortunately, I encountered an expert in the mountains and was able to escape the calamity. However, I really don't know anything about what happened before." Zhu Ku couldn't help but look a little disappointed. This time, she came to Chang and for two reasons. First, after confirming Zhang Feng's identity, she wanted to see if Zhang Feng was indeed the widow of that uncle from Fenghuang Ridge. Second, she wanted to fulfill the promise of marriage. After all, before the mountain flood last year, her family had wanted to arrange this marriage. However, because of the mountain flood, the marriage had been delayed. Not long ago, when her father found out about this, he hurriedly sent people to investigate. After all, this was Zhu Ku's most important marriage. After eavesdropping, she learned that Zhang Feng was still alive, and that the poems from before, as well as all those amazing things, had been written by him. Only then did she decide to take the risk and come to Chang and alone to investigate. Fortunately, Zhu Ku met a good friend on the way, which saved her a lot of trouble on the way. However, when she saw Zhang Feng, the disappointment in her heart grew even heavier. From the looks of it, Zhang Feng was very similar to the Zhang Feng she knew. From the way he spoke, from the way he acted, and from every other aspect, he was the same. However, she still felt that this person was not the person she was looking for. This feeling was very strange, and it made her feel a little lost. Zhang Feng didn't know what was going on. Seeing Zhu Ku's expression, one moment serious, the next hesitant, he hurriedly said, "Can you tell me about my past? I really don't know anything about what happened before. I hope you can forgive me. It wasn't by accident. It was about the mountain flood. Everyone knows about it. I also learned about it from my teacher and the people of Fenghuang Ridge. However, I don't know what really happened." Zhang Feng also didn't know why she was saying all this. However, he still wanted to know what kind of past this so-called Zhang Feng, who had the same name as her, had. After all, only by knowing the truth would he be able to ensure his safety when it came to his identity in the future. He didn't want to know that his relatives were coming to visit him every day. Most importantly, Zhang Feng was now even more curious. Was this fate's arrangement, or was there some other reason that had magically connected him to this person he had never met before? Moreover, even their appearances were the same. When he had forged this identity, Zhang Feng had just made it up casually. However, some of the things he had said were true. For example, in the future, which was the 21st century, the place where he had been born and raised was this place. Chapter 1640. It was just that the name was different this time. Perhaps it was because he missed his hometown that Zhang Feng said this place. However, fate seemed to have played a big joke on him. There was actually a family with the surname Zhang in this place, and there was a young man with the surname Zhang. This young man was also called Zhang Feng, and even looked exactly the same as Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't know what had caused this, but he knew that there was an unknown power that had silently changed everything with Zhang Feng's appearance. Zhang Feng could even feel that his memory had been strengthened, and he was able to recall the things that had puzzled him in the past. He remembered that his memory had never been very good. However, his memory at this moment shocked even himself. Perhaps it was because he missed the 21st century too much, or perhaps it was because these things had accompanied his soul through time and space, but when Zhu Ku appeared, and when he learned that there really was a person called Zhang Feng had a feeling that something was wrong. But he was like a cloud of fog, shrouded in mystery. Zhang Feng even had a terrifying thought. Was this Zhang Feng really dead? Had he died in the mountain flood or something else? Perhaps this person was watching him from somewhere, or perhaps he was this Zhang Feng. Zhu Ku told him about the Zhang family in Phoenix Ridge from her memories, as well as what her parents had told her. After that, she stared closely at Zhang Feng. After a long time, she slowly told him about Zhang Feng's past. While the two of them were talking and listening to each other, Zhang Feng didn't know that a woman in an emerald green dress had appeared at the entrance of the villa. She looked very angry, as if she had been greatly wronged. The moment the guards at the entrance saw the woman, they became alert. After all, they still hadn't figured out why the master's fiancé had come yesterday. Also, the master had already entered the living room with the woman. There were some things that hadn't been leaked, so it was most likely true. This woman was the one who had accompanied the master's fiancé yesterday. Who would dare to offend her? When they saw the woman arrive, they didn't wait for her to speak before they hurriedly opened the door. After all, this woman's mouth was definitely the most terrifying in the real world. This woman was Cui Yingying, who had been wronged at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Cui Yingying had originally wanted to vent her frustrations on these dogs of a slave, and then go to her good friends to tell them about Zhang Feng's bad image. But when she saw the situation, Cui Yingying couldn't get angry. She asked angrily, "Has your master returned?" The guards were stunned and hurriedly said, "The master has just returned." At this time, without waiting for the guard to finish speaking, Cui Yingying lifted her skirt and rushed into the courtyard aggressively. One of the slightly more clever guards saw this and hurriedly threw the Chi Mei rod in his hand to his companion. Then, he ran into the courtyard like a madman. However, Du Ziding, who was rushing towards him, caught him in her arms. Du Ziding glared at the guard and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you rushing to be reincarnated or what?" The guard saw this and pointed at Cui Yingying, who had just walked into the villa's corridor, and said, "Housekeeper, look at her. Aren't you afraid that something will happen?" Du Ziding naturally saw Cui Yingying and waved her hand. "Just pretend that you didn't see this. Master has his ways to deal with it." When the guard heard this, he let out a long, "Oh." It was as if he had just thought of something incredible. Then, he left in a hurry with a smile on his face. As he left, an expression of understanding flashed across his face. It was as if to him, Cui Yingying was just like Zhu Qier, a member of the main family. At this time, Zhang Feng didn't know that danger was approaching. He also didn't know that Cui Yingying and Zhu Qier were close friends. Otherwise, he would have run to White Deer College and never come back down. But at this time, after hearing about the Phoenix Ridge incident, Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, "Qier, this is your brother's fault. But, when you suddenly took out the marriage contract, I didn't know how to react. After all, you know about my situation. First I had a marriage contract with Miss Zhang Yuyao, and then with that," without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish, Zhu Qier smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I have already investigated cousin's situation. Although I don't care, my good friend seems to be very excited. I wonder if cousin has seen her today." Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. But when he thought about it carefully, apart from Cui Yingying, he really hadn't seen any other woman at the phosphate fertilizer factory today. Not to mention bumping into some self-proclaimed good friend. Although there were many women at the phosphate fertilizer factory today, Zhang Feng was certain that none of them were good friends like Zhu Qier had said. Unless. Chapter 1641. Zhang Feng immediately thought of Cui Yingying, but he wasn't sure. He couldn't help but ask, "Where did you come from this time?" Zhu Qier looked at Zhang Feng strangely and said, "You really don't know about me?" Zhang Feng gave a wry smile and shrugged. Seeing this, Zhu Qier's eyes looked a little disappointed, but she still said, 16 years ago, my mother left Phoenix Mountain and married into Hunan Dao. Then, she moved with my father to Shandong. Although she didn't return to Phoenix Mountain, my mother and uncle often wrote letters to each other. Our marriage was settled 5 years ago, when uncle and auntie went to Shandong." Zhang Feng didn't pay much attention to what she said after that. His mind was only thinking about the place Zhu Qier had just mentioned. Shandong. Zhang Feng had a bad feeling about this, and the image of Cui Yingying appeared in his mind. Was the good friend Zhu Qier was talking about Cui Yingying? Wasn't this 2F** king coincidental? Zhang Feng was speechless. The previous matters had not been resolved yet, so why did such a thing suddenly pop up? And the worst part wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? And at this time, he finally understood why this Cui Yingying was so aggressive when she saw him. Originally, he thought that she was someone knew and felt that had been wronged, so she came to seek justice from him. But at the time, when Cui Yingying told him about Phoenix Mountain, he felt a little suspicious. But he hadn't thought about it that way. Now that Zhu Qier said this, Zhang Feng's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. F***ck, could this really be a coincidence? However, it was at this moment that Zhang Feng heard a name he absolutely didn't want to hear. Zhu Qier looked at Zhang Feng with surprise. She then looked at the door and stood up. "Yingying, did you come back with my cousin?" That was the name Zhang Feng didn't want to hear. If he had heard it on the street, he would have turned around and left. He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. But it was all for naught. The more Zhang Feng didn't want to think about it, the more he thought about it. Zhang Feng didn't expect something like this to happen in his own home. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng felt a cold aura staring at him. Zhang Feng didn't need to think to know that it definitely came from Cui Yingying at the door. Zhu Ku looked at the two of them. Her eyes flashed with surprise, but she suppressed her curiosity. She pulled Cui Yingying to sit down and asked, "Yingying, can you tell me what happened between you two?" "Kier. This thief is definitely not the gentle cousin you said he was. Don't be fooled by his appearance. This thief's mouth is full of honey, and his heart is full of evil. He did it in front of so many people. He even did it in front of my grandfather, Hongwen Guan Imperial College, and hundreds of people." Cui Yingying told him all the evil things Zhang Feng had done to her at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Zhang Feng could only lower his head and listen. Zhu Qier looked at the two of them strangely. He wanted to laugh, but Chen Kun couldn't allow himself to laugh. He could only patiently wait for Cui Yingying to finish speaking. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Cousin, you guys are." Before he finished, Zhang Feng quickly said, "Don't ask me that. Ask her." Who would ask someone like that in front of so many people? She's definitely here to cause trouble. If she wasn't a woman, I would have. What's wrong with you today? Do you want to kill me today? Cui Yingying immediately retorted. Zhang Feng immediately raised his hands in surrender. It was definitely not a wise move to argue with such a woman. Moreover, even if he won now, what could he do? Zhang Feng shrugged his shoulders speechlessly. He simply lit a cigarette and slowly smoked. He no longer paid attention to Cui Yingying, who was talking non-stop. He suddenly felt that this woman's name was really not wrong. She was really like a bird, chattering non-stop. Moreover, she was a person. Zhang Feng felt some admiration for her chattering so much. She was really king genius. After an hour, Cui Yingying's anger finally subsided. She slammed the table and stared at Zhang Feng. "Young Master Zhang, how do you want to solve today's matter?" Zhang Feng was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Cui Yingying and said, "What does Miss Cui plan to do? Or rather, how does Miss Cui plan to deal with Zhang Feng?" Cui Yingying didn't know what to say. Cui Yingying really didn't plan to do anything. After all, she knew from Zhu Qier that Zhang Feng's life was quite miserable. Since he was young, he didn't have to worry about food or clothing. However, this was something that happened to almost every rich young master. Even in the Cui family, there were many stubborn young masters like this. However, the disaster last year had destroyed everything they had. If this happened to any other stubborn young master, they would definitely be unable to recover from the setback or something. Chapter 1642. However, after half a year of silence, Zhang Feng had done so many shocking things in Chang'an City. Even Cui Yingying had secretly collected many of Zhang Feng's poems. Sometimes, she would even picture Zhang Feng's face in her mind. It wasn't until she learned about Zhang Feng from her best friend that her admiration turned into anger. She thought that Zhang Feng was a scum of the society. However, in her heart, her love for Zhang Feng grew with each passing day. For example, although today's bet was set out of anger, the moment the bet was made, Cui Yingying actually had the impulse to admit defeat. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. From the moment Zhang Feng's poem spread in Shandong, Cui Yingying had already noticed him. She even fell in love with Zhang Feng like other girls. Especially after she found out about Zhang Feng's age, her love for him was no less than that of any other infatuated girl. However, when she wanted to express her joy and love to Zhu Qier, she heard from Zhu Qier that Zhu Qier was actually Zhang Feng's fiancé. She even brought up the marriage contract between her father and Zhang Feng's father. At that moment, when she saw the marriage contract, Cui Yingying was completely dumbfounded. She even had the thought of committing suicide several times. Therefore, when she found out that Zhu Qier wanted to sneak out of Chang and to see Zhang Feng, she didn't hesitate to encourage Master Yushan, who was her grandfather, to come to Chang and city. That was why today's farce happened. However, this farce was nothing to Cui Yingying. However, for Zhang Feng and everyone present today, if Zhang Feng and the emperor wanted to pursue this matter, then the Cui clan in Shandong would have a hard time in the future. After all, Zhang Feng's influence was no less than the Cui clans, or even the entire Shandong's nobility. Even Zhang Feng had the ability to contend with him. And this ability was due to his age, as well as the miraculous things he had created at this time, as well as those unprecedented poems. Although there were only a dozen or so poems, according to the information leaked by Mr. Yushan, the poems Zhang Feng had created were absolutely not inferior to the Whitehead poem. And these poems were now in the hands of the emperor. What did this mean? The emperor actually took all these poems for himself. Who was the emperor? The emperor was Li Shimin. He had always thirsted for talented people, and more importantly, whenever the civil officials and all the Confucians in the world created something, Li Shimin, no matter how busy he was, would immediately go and take a look. After all, when the Tang Dynasty was founded, countless Confucian scholars doubted its legitimacy, especially after the Wei River Alliance and the Xuanwoman Rebellion. All the Confucian scholars felt that Li Shimin only understood the political power on horseback, and did not know what was the way of life, nor did he know how to rule the country according to literature and so on. These things were also the biggest pain in Li Shimin's heart. Everyone knew about this. Otherwise, Li Shimin would not have issued 3 edicts in a row to the world to seek talents. The emperor even wantonly promoted the imperial examination system. Or, every time the 4 great Confucian scholars in the capital created a wonderful poem, Li Shimin would even issue an imperial edict to tell everyone in the world. He even seemed to be a little impatient to let everyone see it. However, such a person was willing to keep Zhang Feng's poems in the hands of the imperial palace, and forbade anyone from spreading them privately. What was the meaning of this? But even so, the dozen or so poems that had been passed down from generation to generation were like a shot of adrenaline to all the young scholars and Confucians in the world. Generally, everyone went crazy, wanting to set Zhang Feng as their goal and pursue the highest point of the literary world. In particular, Zhang Feng at the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet, when he was conferred the title of Great Confucian, and when he argued with Master Yushan, and so on. At this time, Zhang Feng had the ability to compete with Shandong. However, Zhang Feng did not know these things at this time, and even Li Shimin and the others did not know. After all, at this time, Zhang Feng had become the benchmark of the young generation of the Tang Dynasty. This benchmark was built on the top of these big clans. However, at this time, Zhang Feng had indeed been defeated by a little girl. Zhang Feng innocently raised his hands and said, "Miss Cui, this one does not know when I have offended you. I also do not know if there is some misunderstanding between us. This one does not care about the bet. Miss Cui, please stop." Hearing this, Zhu Qier also tried to dissuade her. "Yingying, that's enough. If there is really no end to this, can we sit down and talk about it?" The matter had already reached this point, and Cui Yingying was also a little regretful. However, at this time, there was no time for her to regret. She could only say embarrassedly, "I will let you off today. Let's talk about our matters in the future. Let's talk about this first. Do you recognize this marriage? What do you plan to do with those women of yours?" Chapter 1643. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. This girl's background was definitely more difficult to deal with than anyone else's. The Cui family. And she could even pull Mr. Yushan to back her up. If this matter was not handled well, something big would definitely happen. But even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone anything else. Cui Yingying's actions completely pissed off Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face darkened for the first time. He said, Miss Cui, I don't know why you're here today, but congratulations, you've achieved your goal. Men, send the guests out. If these two come again in the future, throw them out. Zhang Feng's roar completely stunned Zhu Qier and Cui Yingying. What did he mean? Cui Yingying was a little confused. She asked like an idiot, Zhang Feng, what do you mean? Do you want the world to laugh at you? There's real evidence, Kuer. Lao Tzu also told you today that if you didn't come today, then everything would be fine. Even if you wanted me to marry Kuer, it wouldn't be a problem. But you've been so aggressive since the start of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Do you know who came to the phosphate fertilizer factory today? Those are the people from the 3 divisions, as well as all the students in the world. Today, you almost ruined my plans. Seeing that you're a woman, I didn't pursue this matter, but you actually came to my house. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, Cui Yingying, what are your intentions? Cousin. Zhu Qier was anxious. Originally, she had only come here secretly. Moreover, it was because of this matter. Recently, her family had also been discussing their marriage. She could use this opportunity to obtain many benefits from Zhang Feng. After all, Zhu Qier had eavesdropped. This time, the things Zhang Feng had created, as well as the papermaking technique, had been passed down in Jiangnan and Shandong, but there weren't many of them. Therefore, this marriage was equivalent to using her in exchange for the family's future. Therefore, Zhu Qier had secretly discussed this with Cui Yingying. Under Cui Yingying's instigation, she went to the extreme and did this. But how could she have known that Cui Yingying would actually do such a thing today? First, there was the ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Although Zhu Qier wasn't sure how many high-ranking officials had come to the factory today, she could tell from the noise outside the door and what she learned when she came back that the people who had come today were all people the Zhu family couldn't afford to offend. And Cui Yingying actually, when she was chatting with Zhang Feng, she realized that although she still felt that Zhang Feng wasn't the Zhang Feng she was looking for, his humility and elegance had attracted her. But when Cui Yingying came, he got nothing. How could this not make Zhu Qier feel a little disappointed? Originally, he had said that he had encountered a flash flood and lost his memory. She had heard about this before. It was already very lucky to be able to survive the flash flood. Now that he had encountered such a thing, Zhang Feng could still calmly listen to her talk about her past. Zhu Qier could feel Zhang Feng's sincerity from his words and actions. But, at this moment, a group of servants had already appeared at the door of the living room. Zhang Feng waved his hand in annoyance. He didn't even look at the 2 girls and said, You two, please leave. I, Zhang Feng, have a small temple and can't accommodate the 2 of you. If there's anything, even if you go and complain to the emperor, I will wait here. Zhang Feng. Today, if you don't, let go. Bastard, who do you think you are? Let go of your dirty hands. Ah! Amidst the mournful screams, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Cui Yingying and Zhu Qier were asked to leave the Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng didn't feel anything when he did this. Besides, this was the first time. If in the future some random cat or dog came with a marriage contract to collect debts, there was no identity information in this era and no proof. It would be so annoying. Besides, today's Cui Yingying made Zhang Feng uncomfortable. Originally, Zhu Qier's story was very detailed. Zhang Feng was also thinking about how to get rid of her. This marriage was absolutely impossible. After all, he wasn't that Zhang Feng. Besides, Zhang Feng really didn't dare to receive such an unknown person. However, this unruly girl, Cui Yingying, once again successfully stabbed him and gave him a way to successfully get rid of this trouble. At this moment, Zhang Feng even had the urge to thank her. However, Zhang Feng didn't know whether this was the Cui family's conspiracy or something else. After all, the fire of the previous example had not been completely extinguished. Zhang Feng didn't dare to be blinded at this juncture. Besides, you could at least come up with a honey trap. It would be better than this, right? Master, they have been asked to leave, but the girl in green is still cursing at the door. This matter, Butler Duseating reported with some worry. However, his eyes glanced at Zhang Feng from time to time to see his reaction. Zhang Feng didn't have any reaction. His eyes were calm as he said, "Go, let someone report that there is a fierce woman cursing in the street." Chapter 1644. Duseating didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to. After all, he had heard most of the conversation between Zhang Feng and the two girls. Not only did they cause a ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory, they even dared to openly contradict a fifth-rank official here. This was a capital offense. Although he didn't know what had happened and what made the family head so agitated, it didn't matter to him now. At this time, Duseating hurriedly followed Zhang Feng's instructions. But at this time, he had to do what Zhang Feng said. When he hurried to the entrance of the mansion, he discovered that the noise outside the door, as well as the onlookers, had already disappeared. Only a few horse carriages were slowly stopping in the back alley at this time. As for Li Shimin and the others, they were also talking about something and were rushing over here. Seeing this, Duseating turned his eyes and hurriedly cupped his fists. "Masters, long time no see." Li Shimin heard this and also cupped his fists. "Steward Du, is Fengzi inside?" "Yes." While they were talking, Li Shimin and the others hurriedly rushed in. They originally thought that Zhang Feng had gone back to the mountain or to the tavern. But when he saw Yu Qigong acting suspiciously, he only found out about his fiancée under Li Shimin's questioning. He was so shocked that he hurried over. But they didn't expect to eat such a big melon. This fiancé actually knew Cui Ying. More importantly, these two people seemed to have a very good relationship, and they even dared to talk nonsense at the back door. After eating for a while, Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore, so he called Mr. Yushan to take her away. They had no choice but to take them away. There were so many people watching. If they offended someone important and called the Imperial Guards, then things would be serious. After all, this was the residence of the 16th prince. It was almost unthinkable that such a thing had happened here. He would definitely be sent to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. And the most important thing was that Zhang Feng had caused such a scene at the foot of Mount Longzhou today. Many people were lining up to get close to him. Who wouldn't want the credit that came to their door? And most importantly, even if they offended the Cui family of Shandong, they would have something to say. After all, there were laws here, and they were just doing things according to the rules. No matter how powerful the Cui family was, if they dared to violate the criminal law, they would have to face the impeachment of the civil and military officials. In the past, no one dared to do this. But today, Zhang Feng made so many good things at once, who wouldn't be jealous? Even Li Shimin's eyes were red with envy at this time, let alone other people. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Li Shimin still called Mr. Yushan. After all, it was best for him to come forward. How good would it be to not offend anyone? They swaggered into Zhang Feng's courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw Zhang Feng walking out of the door, looking a little anxious. Seeing this, Qin Yaojin hurriedly opened his arms and said, "Yo! Where is our President Zhang going?" Seeing this, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He said with a fake smile, "Why aren't you doing business at the phosphate fertilizer factory? What are you doing here? Ma Zhou is here, isn't he? And that money string, with those two together, there's really nothing for us to do. We're just here to see if you've been eaten by this woman." As Qing Yaojin spoke, he looked up and down at Zhang Feng with a smile and said, "Feng Zi, what's wrong with your fiancé?" Zhang Feng was most afraid that someone would ask this question. Just now, when he heard the voices outside disappear, he was ready to sneak away. But who would have thought that he would bump into these masters before he even left the door? He instantly understood that the situation outside the door was probably settled by these masters. Immediately, Zhang Feng gave up on the idea of going out. With these masters around, how could he escape? Forget it. Old Du, come, serve the tea and prepare the dishes. After shouting, Zhang Feng had no choice but to lead them to the living room. As soon as they sat down, the big chimney started to act up. First, each of them took a cigarette and lit it up. Then, their eyes wandered around the room. They almost wanted to start rummaging through the room. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. But he could only accept this. He pretended not to see it. After everyone scanned the entire living room with their eyes, he said, "The phosphate fertilizer factory's matter has been settled today. Iron Bowl and the rest can handle the related technical problems. The next thing is not something we can worry about. The key problem is the profit." After hearing about the profit, Li Shimin coughed at Zhang Sun Wuji. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji laughed and said, "Feng Zi, we have to talk about this matter. Just now, the Emperor sent a decree. The Emperor is going to personally participate in the phosphate fertilizer factory." What? Hearing this, Zhang Feng instantly lost his composure. At this time, the Emperor was going to personally participate. Wouldn't all the previous arrangements be ruined? Zhang Feng had spent a lot of effort on this thing, and he had many arrangements. He was not afraid of anything else, but he was most afraid that the Emperor would come out and do something worse. Damn it. Once the Emperor took action, what benefits would he have? Wasn't this AF** King joke? The key was the Emperor's words. Everything belonged to him. What the F*** could he do? Chapter 1645. Seeing Zhang Feng's gloomy face, Zhang Sun Wuji was also a little embarrassed. After all, this was indeed not the right thing to do. However, this was inevitable. Papermaking and so on could be done as they pleased. For these things, even if all the profits were to be distributed, Li Shimin would not even bat an eyelid. But this phosphate fertilizer was different. This thing was not comparable to other things. Whoever controlled the phosphate fertilizer was equivalent to controlling the lifeline of the entire Tang dynasty. Which ruler would be willing to hand over the lifeline of the entire country to others? To be controlled by others? Wasn't this a joke? Seeing that Zhang Feng's expression was a little downcast, Zhang Sun Wuji explained in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Zhang Feng finally figured it out. And he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He also figured it out. This was an era of agriculture. Controlling the grain was equivalent to controlling everything in the country. Before, he was only thinking about the wonderful things and did not think about these twists and turns. At this time, after hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words, Zhang Feng instantly understood. But when he thought that the huge amount of money would be in the pocket of the old emperor whom he had never met, Zhang Feng was extremely angry and raised his middle finger to the sky. Damn it! Although the crowd did not understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's middle finger, they obviously knew what Zhang Feng meant by doing this. It was nothing more than venting the unhappiness in his heart. After all, no one would feel good if this happened to him. What's more, this matter was all funded by Zhang Feng alone. Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face was a little embarrassed. After all, although he had not shown his cards now, when he showed his cards, then, what would Zhang Feng think of this? The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually like this. Ahem, Fengzi, don't think too much. His Majesty also said that when the time comes, he will give you 10% of the profits, 10%. Zhang Feng was shocked. His eyes instantly became a little excited. The 10% you're talking about, is it Chang'an, or is it the sum of all the benefits from the expansion to the extraterritorial realm? Fang Xianling looked at Zhang Feng with a playful expression. Imitating Zhang Feng, he crossed his legs and said, "He is what you think he is." Hiss. Instantly, Zhang Feng's eyes turned into the shape of copper coins. He kept muttering, "Damn, I'm rich, I'm rich." Not to mention the outer domain, just at this time, the use of wheat and corn, which was also known as millet, in the 10 provinces of the Tang Dynasty. How much area was that? All the grain from so many places was added together. Zhang Feng couldn't even calculate how much it was in an instant, let alone convert it into money. Even if it were banknotes, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pile them up from Chang and City to Shao Mountain. The most important thing was, this was only the first step of Zhang Feng's plan. When spring came, Zhang Feng was going to improve the corn, which was millet, potatoes, and other agricultural products. Once these things were applied with phosphate fertilizer, in an instant, everything that Zhang Feng saw turned into a glittering golden light. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Li Shimin felt a little regretful. So much money. His heart was bleeding. But what could he do since he had already said it? And it was Zhang Feng who came up with it, and this guy liked it very much. Otherwise, what would he give him? Would he give him a state capital? Or give him a promotion? It was not the right time. Thinking of this, Li Shimin thought of another terrible thing. This kid was not a well-behaved person. Once he had money, if he went to buy land for him, or if he stirred up some trouble for him, then it would really cost him his life. He had to find something for him to do. Otherwise, when the time came, thinking of this, Li Shimin thought quickly. Then, an idea came to him. Feng Zi, with so much money, although the emperor didn't say anything, the people in the court might be jealous. If someone sets their eyes on you and you cause trouble, these people will definitely make a big deal out of it. When the time comes, although the emperor won't believe it, after a long time, there will be more such voices. The emperor will naturally be annoyed. After hearing this, he instantly bared his teeth and said, "Damn it, if anyone dares to come, Lao Tzu will chop them up." Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin suppressed their laughter and lowered their heads, pretending to be asleep. But their shoulders were shaking so much that even Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore. "What? You don't believe me? Wait and see. When Lao Tzu's firearms are made, we'll see if I dare." And this toy can be used at a distance of 500 meters. Seeing Zhang Feng bragging, Li Shimin was a little speechless. He said, Okay. You're awesome, okay. What? You don't believe me, Lao Li. At the mention of firearms, Li Shimin's heart began to worry again. "Old Wei, tell me about Tuli's matter." Wei Jing couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Second Master, this is top secret." At this time, Zhang Feng also became interested. He waved his hand and said, "Top secret my ass. Even the emperor dares to tell you. Is this considered top secret? Isn't this top secret a little too weak?" The corner of Li Shimin's mouth twitched. He calmly waved his hand, indicating that Wei Jing could speak freely. Wei Jing saw this and said, "Just a few days ago, Tuli suddenly sent troops to Feng Province and Xing Province. There were 100,000 elites, but these people surrounded him and didn't attack." Chapter 1646. Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard this. First, the Chuzi issue had not been resolved. Now, Tuli Khan was stationed on top of Chang'an. This was like besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Old Wei, please continue." Wei Jing glanced at Li Shimin and hesitated. When he saw Li Shimin waving his hand, he said, "A few days ago, Tuli sent a message saying that because of the famine, there were unscrupulous merchants among the Tang people who took the opportunity to buy most of the Turkic warhorses, cattle, and sheep. As a result, there are almost no horses, cattle, and sheep to graze in the Turkic territory. This has already angered the Turkic tribes, so this time, almost all of the Turkic tribes are on the move. They want to get benefits from the Tang dynasty, but we don't know where they found out about the phosphate fertilizer. So, His Majesty immediately sent a diplomatic mission and a large number of spies to Feng province and Xing province to investigate and negotiate. They found that these 100,000 people were really all the elites of the Tuli tribe. Moreover, the diplomatic mission sent this time made no progress at all. That's why His Majesty is so worried. Tuli went south. Zhang Feng finally remembered the fuse that had caused the war between the Tang dynasty and the Turkic Khaganate to last for 50 years. According to historical records, the Tang dynasty and the Turkic Khaganate would fight a fierce war next year. At the beginning, Zhang Feng thought it was because of the Chutzi issue. However, after hearing Wei Zhang's words, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that this Chutzi issue was just a preparation for this plan. They wanted to remove all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty's Longyu Road and station the 300,000 allied troops outside Chutzi city. Then, Tuli's 100,000 elites suddenly appeared and headed straight for Chang'an. This was just like the Wei River Alliance. His Majesty's thoughts and ideas had been thoroughly studied. He wanted to let Tubo have internal strife, and then Tubo would inevitably come to the Tang dynasty for help. Then Xiali would join hands with India to make a big move to pin down the Tang dynasty's troops and horses. At first, they wanted to lure away all the troops of the Tang dynasty from the north and trap it in Jianan Road. But because of his appearance, he devised a brilliant plan of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, which caused a flaw to appear in the Tujua's original plan. However, this was only a careless mistake. These people actually only used a single move to push the boat along with the current to continue with this matter. It was simply, the Turks really weren't all fools. This kind of talent, Zhang Feng could not help but want to play a game of chess with him. However, this was no longer the time that the Tang dynasty could choose. Once those diplomatic missions could not be delayed and Tuli's people discovered something unusual, then it would only take one day for them to come down from Xing province and Feng province to reach Chang'an. However, Li Jing in Jianan Road, Longyu Road, Hebei Road, and Yuzhou would not be able to return in a short time. Even if there were more than 10,000 garrison, as well as more than 10,000 imperial guards in Chang'an city and the imperial city, could they stop this army of 100,000? This Mother this was really a perfect vicious plan. However, when he said this at this time, Zhang Feng felt that the emperor was obviously harboring evil intentions. First, he was tempting me with benefits, and then he was telling me such a top-secret matter. What was the meaning of this? This was nothing more than a warning to me that the emperor was waiting for my performance. If I perform well, I'll be promoted to an official and be promoted to nobility. But if I don't perform well, will I die? Such a strange and absurd scene instantly appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. But what could he do? He was just a commoner. At this time, the emperor's intention was very clear, that was, he was waiting for his weapon and strategy. This meant that there was no way to solve this problem at this time, so he used this method to ask Zhang Feng for help. But what could Lao Tzu do? Zhang Feng wanted to curse. He said with grievance, "Lao Li, can I pretend that I didn't hear it just now?" Li Shimon's expression froze. He said, what do you think?" In an instant, Zhang Feng withered. This matter was getting more and more out of Zhang Feng's expectations. Originally, he only wanted to do what he liked and didn't want to get involved in the tangled mess of Dao integration. However, all of this was in vain. In the end, he was still dragged into this mess. Maltharf ***, the tallest tree in the forest, the tallest tree in the forest. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered this sentence, as well as what he had said to the old elementary scholar yesterday on the mountain. But there was no time for regret. If possible, Zhang Feng really didn't want to get involved, but he could only think about it now. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered that although he had done his best to conceal the steel and weapons from the very start, the Emperor had always been watching. Although the Emperor had not said anything when Chuzi was surrounded, this time was different. Not just the Emperor, even Zhang Feng felt that all of this was related to Hou Junji's death. Just what were these people up to? Could it be that they wanted another Wei River alliance? Or could it be that they had also learned from Hou Junji that he was secretly developing new weapons? Chapter 1647. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think that this was the case. Everything pointed to a single matter, a single person. That person was Hou Junji. Hou Junji was the most likely person to know of this matter. After all, he had been to White Deer College and had the best relationship with the officials. Zhang Sun Wuji was also very close to Hou Junji. Thus, when he heard of this matter, it was as easy as flipping his hand. But Zhang Feng wasn't sure if Hou Junji would do something so despicable. With this thought, Zhang Feng slowly calmed down. This matter really wasn't that complicated. After all, this matter was related to him, so it was understandable that the Emperor would look for him. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng asked, "Could it be that His Majesty wants to see me?" Qing Yao Jin, who was about to speak, almost choked to death on the smoke. "What are you thinking? His Majesty definitely can't see you right now. Moreover, you might have been targeted by the Turks at the phosphate fertilizer factory today. His Majesty called us here to protect you. For the time being, you mustn't take half a step out of White Deer College. Moreover, White Deer College's defenses have been set up to the maximum, so you can be at ease." Hearing this, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly took a puff of his cigarette and said, "If you really leave this matter to me, then it'll be easy." Li Shimon's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Have you thought of some brilliant plan?" Zhang Feng indifferently nodded. "Who am I? That Zhuge. Enough, you can just fool others. Don't talk about it here." Without waiting for him to finish, Li Shimon decisively interrupted him and continued, "This matter, just tell me, how should we do it?" Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow him. A few moments later, Zhang Feng led Li Shimon and the others to the study. He then unfurled the map and used charcoal to mark out the locations of Chang'an, Feng Province, and Xing Province. He also drew a few circles around Chuzi, Yuzhou, and Jiannan Province. Everyone was baffled by what they saw. After marking out these places, Zhang Feng stood next to Li Shimon and rubbed his chin as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Li Shimon was taken aback, but he copied Zhang Feng and also sat cross-legged on the ground. How could Wei Zheng and the others dare to stand? They also hastily sat on the ground and stared at the map. However, they had looked at this map countless times, but they had not found any clues. Now that they saw Zhang Feng acting like this, they could not help but feel a little strange. Could it be that this brat could really see some clues? They sat there for half an hour. Just when Li Shimon's legs were numb and he wanted to stand up, Zhang Feng slapped his thigh and said, "I got it." Li Shimon was startled, but at the same time, he was relieved of the pain. He hurriedly asked Wei Zheng and the others to help him up. Then he asked, "What did you think of?" "My legs are numb." After Zhang Feng recovered with great difficulty, he saw everyone's angry faces. He hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. Tuli is just waiting for us to make a move. Then, he will follow our movements and make a corresponding arrangement." Li Shimon's expression changed. They had already seen through this. Now that Zhang Feng said this, he hurriedly asked, "Then, do you have a way to break out of this situation?" "Of course. What Tuli used this time is just the method we used to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao." At this time, since they are waiting, it means that they are waiting for our next move. So, why don't we use a method that we have never used before? Say it. Wei Zhang said with a dark face. Zhang Feng saw this and did not dare to show off. He hurriedly said, well, what I mean is, since he has appeared here, we have a plan. Delay. As long as we can delay them for half a month, we don't need to send troops. He will naturally retreat. Hearing this, Li Shimin and the others could not help but be dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Would they just wait there obediently? When Zhang Feng saw this, he knew that Elder Li and the others didn't believe him. He said, actually, I can't believe it myself, let alone you guys. But if you trust me, then we'll have a lot of fun this time. Do you feel that the weather has been a little cold recently? Zhang Feng pointed at the map and then said, calculating the time, it should be early winter now. Usually, the cold wind in the morning and the white frost in the early morning should have already arrived, right? But this year, it has come a little late. Seeing that Zhang Feng was pretending to be a charlatan again, Li Shimin was a little speechless. He asked with some doubt, what do you mean? Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and said, it's very simple. That is to wait. You have seen that the weather has been exceptionally clear these days. That is to say, the weather in the north is definitely unusually cold. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask. Li Shimin was shocked and hurriedly asked, Fengzi, what do you mean? What does this have to do with the weather? It is because of the snow that our time is more critical. Chapter 1648. Of course, Zhang Feng knew about the snow, but it was too distant for them to talk about weather. So at this time, Zhang Feng had to explain patiently, Laoli, do you still remember the drought in Longyu Dao? This is something that everyone knows. Can we not talk about him for now? You should first tell us what we should do next. That's for the best. Wei Zhang was the one who didn't believe in this trick the most. After all, although Master Yuan Tiangang in the palace had a good relationship with him, he had always maintained a vigilant attitude toward the unknown because of his strange skills and the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and Zhou Yi. After all, although some things were very uncertain, Wei Zhang would never believe things that he hadn't seen with his own eyes. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say this, he couldn't help but say before Li Shimin said, also, tell me about this snow first. And what's the matter with this weather? At this time, am I drunk? Why do I feel a little hot? At this time, they didn't know what the temperature was like in other places, but at least they could feel a trace of heat at this time. This kind of heat was the kind of heat that came from wearing thick clothes. At this time, the temperature in Guanyi Dao was so treacherous. From morning to night, you couldn't wait to wear thick clothes, but at noon, you couldn't wait to take off all your clothes. But at this time, Zhang Feng actually said that there would be heavy snow in Xingzhou, which was not far from Chang'an. How was this possible? Who would believe it? After thinking for a while, he said, Old Wei, let me give you an example. For example, when the drought in Longyu Road happened earlier this year, there must be a flood in the south. For example, the flood in Shandong this year. You can go back and check it out. It shouldn't be difficult to find that there is an inevitable relationship between such droughts and floods. If one side has a drought, the other side must have a drought. If you don't believe me, you can go back and check it out first. Let's talk about it later. After all, Wei Zhang was Wei Zhang. He didn't need to check these things. Now that he thought about it for a moment, he really did think of some strange things. Let's not talk about last year. For example, the things that happened during the reign of Wuda and the previous dynasty were all over the place. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he heard Zhang Feng mention it, there seemed to be a connection. For example, during the drought in Longyu Circuit this year, Zhang Feng had predicted that there would be a plague of locusts in Longyu Circuit, and it really had happened. As for the snow disaster in the Turkic Khaganate, Zhang Feng had predicted correctly. So how had Zhang Feng predicted all of this? Most importantly, when the drought broke out, there really was a flood in Shandong, and this time, what Zhang Feng said, could it be true? Wei Jing wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Li Shimin and the others had also thought of these things. After all, every time something major happened in the Tang Dynasty and around the Tang Dynasty, there would be reports of these things. Li Shimin didn't dare to delay for even a moment. Putting aside whether it was snowing in Fengzhou or not, based on the information he had, the troops in Xingzhou had indeed sent memorials to review military supplies a month ago. Li Shimin didn't care about this. After all, his focus was on Chotzi City. However, there was a rumor yesterday that there were traces of snow in Longyu Circuit. Li Shimin had some doubts about the authenticity of this report, but now, their hearts thumped. Could Zhang Feng really be telling the truth? Could it really be snowing in the Turkic Khaganate? Or could it be that Tuli's movement in Xingzhou really had nothing to do with Chotzi City, and he just wanted to plunder a batch of rations before winter? At this moment, all of the mysteries were troubling everyone. Li Shimin rolled his eyes, laughed and said, "Kid, you are talking alarmist words again. This matter is too mysterious. No, I have to go back and check it carefully. As for what exactly this matter is, we have to discuss it later. Otherwise, in Xingzhou, there is still Long Yudao's voice, so we will suffer." While speaking, Li Shimin hurriedly got up. Wei Jing and the others knew that the emperor had something to do. However, they had to go back, so they hurriedly got up and said that they had something to do. Then, they hurriedly left with Li Shimin. Zhang Feng couldn't wrap his head around it. They left just like that. Wasn't this excuse a bit too much? When he wanted to ask them to stay, he found that Lao Li and the others had already left his sight. Only then did Zhang Feng give up. However, there was a question that had been puzzling Zhang Feng. That was, when did Lao Li have property in Xingzhou? Wasn't this business a bit too big? More importantly, when he thought about it, it seemed that Lao Li had property in almost every place. Damn it, the next time he saw this, he would definitely swindle them. Chapter 1649. As soon as he left Zhang Feng's mansion, Li Shimin's face suddenly changed. Little Gizi and the others, who were hiding in the alley, were shocked after seeing the emperor's face. They hurriedly ordered the servants to bring out the sedan chair and let Li Shimin sit in it. Seeing the emperor and the minister's faces still heavy, little Gizi and the others were even more panicked. At this time, Li Shimin said faintly, "Gizi, quickly go and invite Mr. Yuan." Mr. Yuan. Little Gizi's heart thumped, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This Mr. Yuan was not someone else. He was the most mysterious person in the palace and the most difficult person to serve, the head of the imperial astronomer, Yuan Tiangang. Although he had been in the imperial astronomer or in the depths of the palace with the retired emperor, this person was extremely mysterious and almost elusive. Few people could see him. The emperor summoned him at this time. Could something have happened? Little Gizi couldn't help but quickly estimate in his heart as he walked. After all, after the emperor met Zhang Feng, he rarely saw Yuan Tiangang being summoned by the emperor. However, at this time, the emperor just went to the phosphate fertilizer factory and then went to President Zhang's courtyard. What happened in such a short time? Did he still need to send Mr. Yuan? But all this was just an idea in little Gizi's mind. He just thought about it and didn't dare to have any ideas. When Jiaozi safely walked to the vicinity of Zhuke Gate and quietly entered the imperial city with all the spies arranged, little Gizi hurriedly sent someone to inform Yuan Tiangang. Not long after, when Li Shimin arrived in the imperial study, he already saw an old Taoist priest with gray and white hair in a white robe sitting cross-legged on a futon. Beside him, there was a young boy, only 13 or 14 years old, quietly reciting something in a low voice. At this time, without waiting for Li Shimin to push the door open, the old Taoist priest hurriedly made a Taoist name and said slightly to the door of the imperial study, "I, Yuan Tiangang, greet your majesty." At this time, Li Shimin slowly sat on the dragon throne and waved his hand, "Rise." "This time, I called you here mainly to ask you to divine the situation in Feng province." Yuan Tiangong's half-squinted eyes flickered slightly. He shook the horsetail whisk in his hand, stroked his beard, and pondered for a while. Then he slowly said, "Could it be that your majesty's prediction is correct? What kind of disaster will the Tujue cause to the Tang dynasty this time?" Li Shimin shook his head slowly. At this time, Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but frown slightly. His fingers hidden in his sleeves moved slightly, reporting to your majesty, "Congratulations to your majesty. This time, the matter in Feng province will be more daunting than dangerous." Li Shimin was slightly taken aback. He was right. Although he had guessed correctly today, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he became even more anxious. Li Shimin asked anxiously, "Dear Minister, do you know if the outcome of this matter was man-made or a natural disaster?" This, Yuan Tiangang also moved slightly at this time. After pondering for a long time, he slowly said, "Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance. Please allow me to perform divination to know the result." Li Shimin hurriedly asked, "How many days do you need?" Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang hurriedly bowed, reporting to your Majesty, "At least 3 days, at most 7 days. I will definitely give your Majesty a satisfactory answer." Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after hearing this. 3 days. 7 days. With this time, the result could be seen without divination. But he also knew that such a thing was indeed a little too difficult for Yuan Tiangang. After all, this person was unique in the Tang dynasty in divination of the 5 elements and 8 diagrams. Even he needed 3 or 7 days to get the result. What did this mean? This meant that it was a move against the natural order. However, at this time, Li Shimin remembered the change in expression of Zhang Feng when he talked about this at the beginning. And at the time in the small tavern, this guy actually said that he had lived for 5,000 years, although it was a little ridiculous at the time, it was really incredible when he thought about it at this time. Li Shimin couldn't help but start to let his imagination run wild. Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but frown slightly. "Your Majesty, you are..." Li Shimin waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, and then continued to ask, "Mr. Yuan, today I heard from Zhang Feng that in a few days, there will be a snowstorm in Feng province and other places, and the Tuli tribe will return empty-handed because of this snowstorm. I am a little uncertain now. Can you predict in the shortest time possible if there will be a snowstorm in Feng province as Zhang Feng said?" At this time, even Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew a lot about Zhang Feng, especially when he predicted that the locust plague in Longyu Dao would become a reality, as well as the Turkic Khaganate's great snow disaster. He had wanted to befriend Zhang Feng. However, the identity of the emperor and others was there. If he acted without authorization and disturbed the emperor's plan, it would be bad. Therefore, Yuan Tiangang didn't care about this matter. He once secretly spied on the mysteries of heaven to predict Zhang Feng's future. However, this man's fate was extremely strange. He used all the methods in succession and spent half a month, but he still couldn't predict Zhang Feng's future. How could he not be surprised? However, because of some things, Yuan Tiangang almost didn't pay attention to Zhang Feng after that. However, when he heard what the emperor said at this time, Yuan Tiangang instantly had the idea of visiting Zhang Feng at this time. He even wanted to have a long talk with Zhang Feng about the mystery of Taoism. However, at this time, Li Shimin saw Yuan Tiangang frowning and seemed to feel that Yuan Tiangang seemed to be in trouble. He sighed and said, "You don't have to worry so much. If this matter is too difficult, forget it. Yuan Tiangang was not the kind of person who would give up. After all, his fame and his pride did not allow him to do so. Besides, this was the emperor's order. How could he not obey? Hearing what Li Shimin said, Yuan Tiangong's desire was aroused. He said, "Your Majesty, I have thought of a way to predict in a short time. I can give it a try." While speaking, Yuan Tiangang ordered Li Chunfeng, the disciple he had just accepted, to prepare all the things needed for the practice. Li Shimin also waved his hand and asked Yuan Tiangang to find a place to perform the practice in the imperial study and anywhere in the entire Taiji palace. He also followed Yuan Tiangang closely, wanting to see what he could calculate. In fact, the method of calculating these things was very simple. Yuan Tiangang just prepared 3 bowls of water and 3 incense sticks. However, the 3 incense sticks were hung upside down with 3 red lines right above the 3 bowls of water at this time. After searching for a while, Yuan Tiangang still put the 3 bowls of water in the north, west, and south of the imperial study. Only the east position was empty. Although Li Shimin was a little surprised, he couldn't ask anything. At this time, Li Chunfeng slowly lit the 3 incense sticks and poured the incense sticks on the water. Then, he sat cross-legged in the middle of the 3 incense sticks with Yuan Tiangang. He silently murmured something in obscure language. The placement of these 3 water bowls was very strange. It was a bit like the triangular ruler made by Zhang Feng before. This was awkward. Li Shimin thought of it by accident, but it was also the only thing he could understand. As for some other things, Li Shimin was really confused. At this time, seeing that Yuan Tiangang still seemed to need some time, Li Shimin had to be patient. He sat on the dragon throne and continued to review the memorials. But at this time, Yuan Tiangang shouted, and then the strange dark words that were slowly murmured in his mouth suddenly became loud and fierce. This made Li Shimin couldn't help but put down the memorials in his hand and stare at Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng closely. After Yuan Tiangang fiddled for a while, no one moved the 3 bowls of water, and no wind blew in. At this time, the 3 incense sticks were trembling rapidly. It seemed that someone or something was dragging the 3 incense sticks and floating to the sky. This made Li Shimin feel shocked. He slowly stood up. When the 3 incense sticks floated, Yuan Tiangang chanted more fiercely and generously. After a while, the horsetail whisk in Yuan Tiangong's hand was slowly swung in the direction of the 3 bowls of water. After that, he chanted an urgent command in his mouth. The incense sticks on the 3 bowls of water, after trembling crazily for a while, slowly fell down and became still. It seemed to be. At this time, Yuan Tiangang walked to the 3 inverted incense sticks. After bowing, he began to check. The first one he came to was the bowl of water in the north. At this time, when Yuan Tiangang saw the water bowl, his face suddenly changed. Li Shimin saw this and hurriedly followed. At this time, a thin layer of ice had already appeared in the bowl, and on the incense stick of the water in this bowl, it had already condensed into snow-white frost flowers. And it was the incense stick that was burning. Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang hurriedly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, there is a disaster in the north recently." Chapter 1650. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. This girl's background was definitely more difficult to deal with than anyone else's. The Chui family. And she could even pull Mr. Yushan to back her up. If this matter was not handled well, something big would definitely happen. But even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone anything else. Chui Yingying's actions completely pissed off Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face darkened for the first time. He said, "Miss Chui, I don't know why you're here today, but congratulations, you've achieved your goal. Men, send the guests out. If these 2 people come again in the future, throw them out." Zhang Feng's roar completely stunned Zhu Qier and Chui Yingying. What did this mean? Cui Yingying was a little confused. She asked like an idiot, Zhang Feng, what do you mean? Do you want the world to laugh at you? There's real evidence, Kuer. Lao Tzu also told you today that if you didn't come today, then everything would be fine. Even if you wanted me to marry Kuer, it wouldn't be a problem. But you've been so aggressive since the start of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Do you know who came to the phosphate fertilizer factory today? Those are the people from the 3 divisions, as well as all the students in the world. Today, you almost ruined my plans. Seeing that you're a woman, I didn't pursue this matter, but you actually came to my house. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, Cui Yingying, what are your intentions? Cousin. Zhu Qi panicked. Originally, she had only come secretly this time because of this matter. Recently, her family had been discussing their marriage. They wanted to use this opportunity to gain many benefits from Zhang Feng. After all, Zhu Qi had eavesdropped. This time, the things Zhang Feng had created, as well as the papermaking technique. Although there were some rumors in Jiangnan and Shandong, there weren't many of them. So this marriage was equivalent to using her in exchange for the family's future. Therefore, Zhu Qi had secretly discussed this with Cui Yingying. Under Cui Yingying's instigation, she went to the extreme and did this. But how could she have known that Cui Yingying would actually do such a thing today? First, there was the ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Although Zhu Qi wasn't sure how many high-ranking officials had come to the factory today, she could tell from the noise outside the door. When she came again, she learned what had happened. The people who had come today were all people the Zhu family couldn't afford to offend. And Cui Yingying actually, when she was chatting with Zhang Feng, she realized that although she still felt that Zhang Feng wasn't the Zhang Feng she was looking for, his humility and elegance had attracted her. But when Cui Yingying came, he got nothing. How could this not make Zhu Qi feel a little disappointed? Originally, he had said that he had encountered a flash flood and lost his memory. She had heard about this before. It was already very lucky to be able to survive the flash flood. Now that he had encountered such a thing, Zhang Feng could still calmly listen to her talk about her past. Zhu Qi could feel Zhang Feng's sincerity from his words and actions. But, at this moment, a group of servants had appeared at the door of the living room. Zhang Feng waved his hand in annoyance. He didn't even look at the 2 girls and said, You 2, please leave. I, Zhang Feng, have a small temple and can't accommodate the 2 of you. If there's anything, even if you go to the imperial court, I'll wait here. Zhang Feng. Today, if you don't, let go. Bastard, who do you think you are? Let go of your dirty hands. Ah! Amidst the mournful screams, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Cui Yingying and Zhu Qi were asked to leave the Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng didn't feel anything when he did this. Besides, this was the first time. If in the future some random cat or dog came with a marriage contract to collect debts, there was no identity information in this era and no proof. He would be annoyed to death. Besides, today's Cui Yingying made Zhang Feng uncomfortable. Originally, Zhu Qi's story was very detailed. Zhang Feng was also thinking about how to get rid of her. This marriage was absolutely impossible. After all, he wasn't that Zhang Feng. Besides, Zhang Feng really didn't dare to receive such an unknown person. However, this unruly girl, Cui Yingying, once again successfully stabbed him and gave him a way to successfully get rid of this trouble. At this moment, Zhang Feng even had the urge to thank her. However, Zhang Feng didn't know whether this was the Cui family's conspiracy or something else. After all, the fire of the previous example had not been completely extinguished. Zhang Feng didn't dare to be blinded at this juncture. Besides, you could at least come up with a honey trap. It would be better than this, right? Master, they have been asked to leave. However, the girl in green is still cursing at the door. This matter, Butler Duseating reported with some worry. However, his eyes glanced at Zhang Feng from time to time to see his reaction. Zhang Feng didn't have any reaction. His eyes were calm as he said, "Go, let someone report that a fierce woman is cursing in the street." Chapter 1651. Duseating didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to. After all, he had heard most of the conversation between Zhang Feng and the two girls. Not only did they cause a ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory, they even dared to openly contradict a fifth-rank official here. This was a capital offense. Although he didn't know what had happened and what made the family head so agitated, it didn't matter to him now. At this time, Duseating hurriedly followed Zhang Feng's instructions. But at this time, he had to do what Zhang Feng said. When he hurried to the entrance of the mansion, he discovered that the noise outside the door, as well as the onlookers, had already disappeared. Only a few horse carriages were slowly stopping in the back alley at this time. As for Li Shimin and the others, they were also talking about something and were rushing over here. Seeing this, Duseating turned his eyes and hurriedly cupped his fists. "Masters, long time no see." Li Shimin heard this and also cupped his fists. "Steward Du, is Fengzi inside?" "Yes." While they were talking, Li Shimin and the others hurriedly rushed in. They originally thought that Zhang Feng had gone back to the mountain or to the tavern. But when he saw Yu Qigong acting suspiciously, he only found out about his fiancée under Li Shimin's questioning. He was so shocked that he hurried over. But they didn't expect to eat such a big melon. This fiancé actually knew Cui Ying. More importantly, these two people seemed to have a very good relationship, and they even dared to talk nonsense at the back door. After eating for a while, Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore, so he called Mr. Yushan to take her away. They had no choice but to take them away. There were so many people watching. If they offended someone important and called the Imperial Guards, then things would be serious. After all, this was the residence of the 16th prince. It was almost unthinkable that such a thing had happened here. He would definitely be sent to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. And the most important thing was that Zhang Feng had made such a scene at the foot of Mount Longzhou today. Many people were lining up to get close to him. Who wouldn't want the credit that came to their door? And most importantly, even if they offended the Cui family of Shandong, they would have something to say. After all, there were laws here, and they were just doing things according to the rules. No matter how powerful the Cui family was, if they dared to violate the criminal law, they would have to face the impeachment of all the civil and military officials. In the past, no one dared to do this. But today, Zhang Feng made so many good things at once, who wouldn't be jealous? Even Li Shimin's eyes were red with envy at this time, let alone other people. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Li Shimin still called Mr. Yushan. After all, it was best for him to come forward. How good would it be to not offend anyone? The few of them swaggered into Zhang Feng's courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw Zhang Feng walking out of the door, looking a little anxious. Qing Yaojin saw this and hurriedly opened his arms. "Yo! Where is our President Zhang going?" Zhang Feng saw this and the corner of his mouth twitched. He said with a fake smile, "What are you doing here instead of doing business at the phosphate fertilizer factory?" "Ma Zhou is here, isn't he? And that money string, with those two together, there's really nothing for us to do. We're just here to see if you've been eaten by this woman." As Qing Yaojin spoke, he looked up and down at Zhang Feng with a smile. "Feng Zi, what's the matter with your fiancé?" Zhang Feng was most afraid that someone would ask this question now. Just now, when he heard the voices outside disappear, he was ready to sneak away. But who would have thought that he would bump into these people before he even left the door? He instantly understood the situation outside. Perhaps these people had settled it for him. Then, Zhang Feng gave up the idea of going out. With these people here, how could he escape? Forget it. Old Du, come, serve the tea and prepare the dishes. After shouting, Zhang Feng had no choice but to lead them to the living room. As soon as they sat down, the few big chimneys started to act up. First, each of them took a cigarette and lit it up. Then, their eyes wandered around the room. They almost wanted to start rummaging through the room. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. But he could only accept this. He pretended not to see it. After everyone scanned the entire living room with their eyes, he said, "The phosphate fertilizer factory's matter has been settled today. Iron Bowl and the rest can handle the related technical problems. The next thing is not something we can worry about. The key problem is the profit." After hearing about the profit, Li Shimin coughed at Zhang Sun Wuji. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji said with a smile, "Feng Zi, we have to talk about this matter. Just now, the Emperor sent a decree. The Emperor is going to personally participate in the phosphate fertilizer factory." What? Zhang Feng heard this and instantly lost his composure. At this time, the Emperor was going to personally participate. Wouldn't all the previous arrangements be ruined? Zhang Feng had spent a lot of effort on this thing and had many arrangements. He was not afraid of anything else. What he was most afraid of was that the Emperor would come out and do something worse. Damn it. Once the Emperor took action, what benefits would he have? Wasn't this AF** king joke? The key was the Emperor's words. Everything belonged to him. What the F***ck was there to do? Chapter 1652. Seeing Zhang Feng's gloomy face, Zhang Sun Wuji was also a little embarrassed. After all, this was indeed not the right thing to do. However, this was inevitable. Papermaking and so on could be done as they pleased. For these things, even if all the profits were to be distributed, Li Shimin would not even bat an eyelid. But this phosphate fertilizer was different. This thing was not comparable to other things. Whoever controlled the phosphate fertilizer was equivalent to controlling the lifeline of the entire Tang dynasty. Which ruler would be willing to hand over the lifeline of the entire country to others? To be controlled by others. Wasn't this a joke? Seeing that Zhang Feng's expression was a little downcast, Zhang Sun Wuji explained in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Zhang Feng finally figured it out. And he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He also figured it out. This was an era of agriculture. Controlling the grain was equivalent to controlling everything in the country. Before, he was only thinking about the wonderful things and did not think about these twists and turns. At this time, after hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words, Zhang Feng instantly understood. But when he thought that the huge amount of money would be in the pocket of the old emperor whom he had never met, Zhang Feng was extremely angry and raised his middle finger to the sky. Damn it! Although the crowd did not understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's middle finger, they obviously knew what Zhang Feng meant by doing this. It was nothing more than venting the unhappiness in his heart. After all, no one would feel good if this happened to him. What's more, this matter was all funded by Zhang Feng alone. Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face was a little embarrassed. After all, although he had not shown his cards now, when he showed his cards, then, what would Zhang Feng think of this? The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually like this. Ahem, Fengzi, don't think too much. His Majesty also said that when the time comes, he will give you 10% of the profits, 10%. Zhang Feng was shocked. His eyes instantly became a little excited. The 10% you're talking about, is it Chang'an, or is it the sum of all the benefits from the expansion to the extraterritorial realm? Fang Xianling looked at Zhang Feng with a playful expression. Imitating Zhang Feng, he crossed his legs and said, "He's just like what you think." Hiss. Instantly, Zhang Fang's eyes turned into the shape of a copper coin. He kept muttering, "Damn, I'm rich, I'm rich." Not to mention the outer domain, just at this time, the use of wheat and corn, which was also known as millet, in the 10 provinces of the Tang Dynasty. How much area was that? All the grain from so many places was added together. Zhang Feng couldn't even calculate how much it was in an instant, let alone convert it into money. Even if it were banknotes, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pile them up from Chang and City to Shao Mountain. The most important thing was, this was only the first step of Zhang Feng's plan. When spring came, Zhang Feng was going to improve the corn, which was millet, potatoes, and other agricultural products. Once these things were applied with phosphate fertilizer, in an instant, everything that Zhang Feng saw turned into a glittering golden light. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Li Shimin felt a little regretful. So much money. His heart was bleeding. But what could he do since he had already said it? And it was Zhang Feng who came up with it, and this guy really liked it. Otherwise, what would he give him? Would he give him a state capital? Or give him a promotion? It was not the right time. Thinking of this, Li Shimin thought of another terrible thing. This kid was not a well-behaved person. Once he had money, if he went to buy land for him, or if he stirred up some trouble for him, then it would really cost him his life. He had to find something for him to do. Otherwise, when the time came, thinking of this, Li Shimin thought quickly. Then, an idea came to him. Fengzi, with so much money, although the emperor didn't say anything, what if the people in the court get jealous? If someone sets their eyes on you and you cause trouble, these people will definitely make a big deal out of it. When the time comes, although the emperor won't believe it, after a long time, there will be more voices like this. Naturally, the emperor will be annoyed. After hearing this, he instantly bared his teeth and said, "Damn it, if anyone dares to come, Lao Tzu will chop them up." Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin suppressed their laughter and lowered their heads, pretending to be asleep. But their shoulders were shaking so much that even Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore. "What, you don't believe me? Just wait. When Lao Tzu's firearms are made, we'll see if I dare." And this toy can be fired from 500 meters away. Seeing Zhang Feng bragging, Li Shimin was speechless. He said, okay, you're awesome, okay. "What, you don't believe me, Lao Li?" At the mention of firearms, Li Shimin's heart began to worry again. "Old Wei, tell me about Tuli's matter." Wei Jing couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Second Master, this is a top secret." This time, Zhang Feng was also interested. He waved his hand and said, "Top secret my ass. Even the emperor dares to tell you, so this is considered a top secret? Isn't this top secret a bit too weak?" The corner of Li Shimin's mouth twitched. He calmly waved his hand, indicating that Wei Jing could speak freely. Wei Jing saw this and said, "Just a few days ago, Tuli suddenly sent an army of 100,000 elites to Feng Province and Qing Province. However, these people surrounded him and didn't attack." Chapter 1653. Zhang Fang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard this. First, the Chuzi issue had not been resolved. Now, Tuli Khan had appeared and stationed himself above Chang'an. This was like besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Old Wei, please continue." Wei Jing glanced at Li Shimin and hesitated. When he saw Li Shimin waving his hand, he said, "A few days ago, Tuli sent a message saying that because of the famine, there were unscrupulous merchants among the Tang people who took the opportunity to buy most of the Turkic warhorses, cattle, and sheep. As a result, there are almost no horses, cattle, and sheep to graze in the Turkic territory. This has already angered the Turkic tribes, so this time, almost all of the Turkic people are on the move. They want to get benefits from the Tang Dynasty. Who knows where they got the phosphorus phosphate? So, the emperor immediately sent a diplomatic mission and a large number of spies to Feng province and Qing province to investigate and negotiate. They found that the 100,000 people were really all the elites of the Tuli tribe. Moreover, the diplomatic mission sent this time made no progress at all. That's why the emperor is so worried. Tuli going south. Zhang Feng finally remembered the fuse that had caused the war between the Tang Dynasty and the Turkic people to last for 50 years. According to historical records, the Tang Dynasty and the Turkic people would have a fierce war next year. At the beginning, Zhang Feng thought it was because of the Chuzhi issue. But now, after hearing Wei Zhang's words, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that this matter was just a preparation for this plan. They wanted to draw out all the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty's Longyu Road and station the 300,000 allied troops outside Chuzhi city. Then, the 100,000 elites that Tuli suddenly appeared and headed straight for Chang'an. This was simply like the Wei River Alliance. His Majesty's thoughts and ideas had been thoroughly studied. He wanted to let Tubo have internal strife, and then Tubo would inevitably come to the Tang Dynasty for help. Then Xieli would join hands with India to make a big move to pin down the troops and horses of the Tang Dynasty. At first, they wanted to lure away all the troops of the Tang Dynasty in the north and trap it in Jianan Road. But because of his appearance, he devised a brilliant plan of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, which caused a flaw to appear in the Tujua's original plan. However, this was only a careless mistake. These people actually only used a single move to push the boat along with the current to continue with this matter. It was simply, the Turks really weren't all fools. This kind of talent, Zhang Feng could not help but want to play a game of chess with him. However, this was no longer the time that the Tang Dynasty could choose. Once the envoys could no longer delay and Tuli's people discovered something unusual, then it would only take one day for them to come down from Qing province and Feng province to reach Chang'an. However, Li Jing in Jianan Road, Longyu Road, Hebei Road, and Yuzhou could not return in a short time. Even if there were more than 10,000 and garrison, as well as more than 10,000 imperial guards in Chang'an city and the imperial city, could they stop the 100,000 troops? This this was really a perfect vicious plan. However, when he said this at this time, Zhang Feng felt that the emperor was obviously harboring evil intentions. First, he was tempting me with benefits, and then he was telling me such a top secret. What was the meaning of this? This was nothing more than a warning to me that the emperor was waiting for my performance. If I perform well, I'll be promoted to an official and be promoted to nobility. But if I don't perform well, will I die? Such a strange and absurd scene instantly appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. But what could he do? He was just a commoner. At this time, the emperor's intention was very clear, that was, he was waiting for his weapon and strategy. This meant that there was no way to solve this problem at this time, so he used this method to ask Zhang Feng for help. But what could Lao Tzu do? Zhang Feng wanted to curse. He felt wronged and said, "Lao Li, can I pretend that I didn't hear it just now?" Li Shimon's expression froze and said, What do you think?" In an instant, Zhang Feng withered. This matter was getting more and more out of Zhang Feng's expectations. Originally, he only wanted to do what he liked and didn't want to get involved in the tangled mess of Dao integration. However, all of this was in vain. In the end, he was still dragged into this mess. Maltherf *Ker, the tallest tree in the forest, the tallest tree in the forest. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered this sentence, as well as what he had said to the old elementary scholar yesterday on the mountain. But there was no time for regret. If possible, Zhang Feng really didn't want to get involved, but he could only think about it now. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered that although he had done his best to conceal the steel and weapons from the very start, the emperor had always been watching. Although the emperor had not said anything when Chuzhi was surrounded, this time was different. Not just the emperor, even Zhang Feng felt that all of this was related to Ho Junji's death. Just what were these people up to? Could it be that they wanted another Wei River alliance? Or could it be that they had also learned from Ho Junji that he was secretly developing a new weapon? Chapter 1654. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think that this was the case. Everything pointed to a single matter, a single person. That person was Ho Junji. Ho Junji was the most likely person to know of this matter. After all, he had been to White Deer College and had the best relationship with the officials. Zhang Sun Wuji was also very close to Ho Junji. Thus, when he heard of this matter, it was as easy as flipping his hand. But Zhang Feng wasn't sure if Ho Junji would do something so despicable. With this thought, Zhang Feng slowly calmed down. This matter really wasn't that complicated. After all, this matter was related to him, so it was understandable that the emperor would look for him. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng asked, "Could it be that His Majesty wants to see me?" Qing Yao Jin, who was about to speak, almost choked to death on the smoke. "What are you thinking? His Majesty definitely can't see you right now. Moreover, you might have been targeted by the Turks at the phosphate fertilizer factory today. His Majesty called us here to protect you. For the time being, you mustn't take half a step out of White Deer College. Moreover, White Deer College's defenses have been set up to the maximum, so you can be at ease." Hearing this, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly took a puff of his cigarette and said, "If you really leave this matter to me, then it'll be easy." Li Shimon's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Have you thought of some brilliant plan?" Zhang Feng indifferently nodded. "Who am I? That Zhuge. Enough, you can just fool others. Don't talk about it here." Without waiting for him to finish, Li Shimon decisively interrupted him and continued, "This matter, just tell me, how should we do it?" Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow him. A few moments later, Zhang Feng led Li Shimon and the others to the study. He then unfurled the map and used charcoal to mark out the locations of Chang'an, Feng Province, and Xing Province. He also drew a few circles around Chuzi, Yuzhou, and Jiannan Province. Everyone was baffled by what they saw. After marking out these places, Zhang Feng stood next to Li Shimon and rubbed his chin as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Li Shimon was taken aback, but he copied Zhang Feng and also sat cross-legged on the ground. How could Wei Zhang and the others dare to stand? They also hastily sat on the ground and stared at the map. However, they had looked at this map countless times, but they had not found any clues. Now that they saw Zhang Feng acting like this, they could not help but feel a little strange. Could it be that this brat could really see some clues? They sat there for half an hour. Just when Li Shimon's legs were numb and he wanted to stand up, Zhang Feng slapped his thigh and said, "I got it." Li Shimon was startled, but at the same time, he was relieved of the pain. He hurriedly asked Wei Zhang and the others to help him up. Then he asked, "What did you think of?" "My legs are numb." After Zhang Feng recovered with great difficulty and saw everyone's angry faces, he hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. This Tule is just waiting for us to make a move. Then, he will follow our movements and make a corresponding arrangement." Li Shimon's expression changed. They had already seen through this point. Now that Zhang Feng said this, he hurriedly asked, "Then, do you have a way to break out of this situation?" "Of course. What Tule used this time is just the method we used to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. At this time, since they are waiting, it means that they are waiting for our next move. So, why don't we use a method that we have never used before?" "Say it," Wei Zhang said with a dark face. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't dare to show off. He hurriedly said, "Well, what I mean is, since he has appeared here, we have a plan. Delay. As long as we can delay them for half a month, we don't need to send troops. He will naturally retreat." Hearing this, Li Shimon and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Would they just wait there obediently? Seeing this, Zhang Feng knew that Lao Li and the others didn't believe him. He said, "Actually, I can't believe it myself, let alone you. But, if you trust me, then we will have fun this time. Do you feel that the weather has been a little cold recently?" Zhang Feng pointed at the map and then said, calculating the time, "It should be early winter now. Usually, the cold wind in the morning and the white frost in the early morning should have already arrived, right? But this year, it is a little late." Seeing that Zhang Feng was pretending to be a charlatan again, Li Shimin was a little speechless. He asked with some doubt, "What do you mean?" Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "It's very simple. That is to wait. You have seen that the weather has been exceptionally clear these days. That is to say, the weather in the north is definitely unusually cold. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask." Li Shimin was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, what do you mean? What does this have to do with the weather?" "It is because of the snow that our time is more critical." Chapter 1655. At this time, Li Shimin was also shocked by Yuan Tiangong's move. Hearing Yuan Tiangong's words, Li Shimin fixed his eyes on it, only to see, there was actually a thin layer of frost on top of the fragrance. At this moment, Li Shimin couldn't help exclaiming and asked, "Master Yuan, how did you do it?" Li Shimin naturally had never encountered such a miraculous thing. No. Wasn't this method the same as the one Fengzi made in the phosphate fertilizer factory? And it was so similar. However, the only difference was that these were fragrant incense sticks, and they had been lit up. Yet, they were still frozen by the frost and snow. This seemed to, at this time, seeing Yuan Tiangang was fiddling with something but ignoring him, Li Shimin was not in a hurry. Yuan Tiangang seemed to be extremely dignified at this time. At this time, Li Shimin also looked a little nervous. For a full hour, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng were fiddling with something on the ground. First, they inserted a chopstick into a bowl full of water, and then the water could flow up along the chopstick. How could such an exaggerated scene not shock everyone? After fiddling with it for several times, Yuan Tiangang also used divination, astrology, and so on. Then he suddenly said, "Your Majesty, this time, I have indeed divined the two provinces of Xing Province and Feng Province, as well as the north. The Turkic territory must have been covered by snow at this time. Therefore, I think what President Zhang said is probably true." "Really?" Li Shimin was a little hesitant. After pondering for a long time, Li Shimin waved his sleeves and said, "Come here." Xiao Gizi, who had been waiting outside the imperial study, hurriedly pushed the door of the imperial study open. "Your Majesty, is there any news from the Ministry of Rights mission to Xing Province and Feng Province?" "Your Majesty, there is no news for the time being. You find the person who sent this news to Chang'an." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, Xiao Gizi led a person in the Ministry of Rights official robe to the door of the imperial study while teaching etiquette. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Gizi hastily said, "Your Majesty, the official from the Ministry of Rights who came back to Chang'an to deliver the message has arrived." When Li Shimin heard this, he put down the memorial in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone. Li Shimin walked down from the dragon throne and came to the side of the minor official from the Ministry of Rights who was kneeling on the ground and trembling with his head pressed against the ground. "Let me ask you, did you come back from Feng Province or Xing Province? When did you come back?" When that person heard this, he hurriedly replied, "Replying to Your Majesty, this lowly one returned to the Ministry of Rights in the afternoon today." That minor official from the Ministry of Rights even clearly explained how long he had been delayed on the road, who he had met on the road, and what he had eaten. Li Shimin frowned slightly. He interrupted that person and asked, "Let me ask you, when I left, what was the weather like in Xing Province and Feng Province?" The petty official couldn't help but be stunned. The emperor actually asked such a question. But he didn't dare to think too much. He hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, I left Feng province early yesterday morning, but this lowly one didn't pay much attention to it. I just felt that it was much colder than usual." "How cold was it?" Li Shimin instantly grasped the key of the question and asked. This answer almost confirmed Li Shimin's thoughts. After all, at this time, there were already the memorials from Longyu province and Yuzhou province in the last 2 days on his desk. In these 2 days, almost all of them were reporting about the strange weather, as well as hoping that the imperial court would transfer military supplies. Even in some places, because of the arrival of winter, many soldiers were still wearing summer clothes. There were already soldiers who were frozen to death due to the cold. It was just the beginning of winter. That was it. Then, at this time, when the petty official spoke again, Li Shimin couldn't help but come to his senses. The petty official said, "Your Majesty, this lowly one only knows that the wind and rain at the end of the year in Feng province and Xing province have lasted for countless days. And I don't know why it suddenly became cold these 2 days. The cold was like rolling in the snow without wearing clothes. When I came back, some people in the delegation had already caught a cold because of the cold." Hearing this, Li Shimin instantly understood. Before the gathering, Yuan Tiangang had told him the result of divination, but Li Shimin still felt it was incredible. If it was true, then the matter of Tuli's visit this time could be discussed. "Master Yuan, what do you think of this matter?" Li Shimin dismissed the petty official and then turned to ask Yuan Tiangang, who was sitting on one side. Yuan Tiangang first silently looked at the bagua mirror on the desk in front of him, then nodded and said, "According to the observation of the imperial astronomer these days and the calculation of venting anger in the past, it has been a few days since the beginning of winter. So at this time, it's reasonable that something happened in the Turkic territory. Otherwise, Tuli wouldn't be so arrogant. Although this lowly one doesn't know anything about military deployment, I know that once he really starts a war, he won't be stationed in Qing province and Feng province." Chapter 1656. After all, Yuan Tiangang really didn't understand military science. He just guessed the things in Feng province and Qing province in the way he was good at. In the end, Li Shimin's head was about to explode because of Yuan Tiangang's astrological divination. He hurriedly sent Yuan Tiangang away. Only then did he find that the light had already been lit in the imperial study. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wugo, who was dressed in dark green robes, slowly walked in with a plate of food. When Xiao Gizi saw this, he hurriedly dismissed all the palace maids and closed the door on his way out. In an instant, only the Emperor and Empress Zhangsun were left in the imperial study. "Second brother, have some porridge first. You haven't had a good meal all day." Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed. At this moment, Empress Zhangsun had already handed the porridge to Li Shimin's mouth. Li Shimin looked at the porridge and instantly smiled bitterly. "Is it still that guy's porridge?" "Yes." While speaking, Empress Zhangsun had already come behind Li Shimin. She pressed Li Shimin's temples and began to gently massage him. With such a massage, Li Shimin instantly moaned comfortably. "Maid Guanyin, do you think Tuli's trip to the south is really as easy as Fengzi, Master Yuan?" and the other said. While speaking, Li Shimin's jade spoon stirred in the glazed bowl with tinkling sounds. He instantly thought of the transparent bowl Zhang Feng used in the phosphate fertilizer factory today and instantly lost his appetite. He simply leaned on the dragon throne and let Empress Zhangsun massage his temples. At this moment, Li Shimin calmed down. In an instant, everything that had happened before surged into his mind. People needed to be quiet. After calming down, they would find the difference when looking at the same thing again. Especially at this time. Li Shimin had been worrying about such trivial things all day long. But at this time, his mind was still in a mess. Using Zhang Feng's poem, Unending and Messy, to describe it was the most accurate. But at this moment, as he calmed down and quietly enjoyed himself, as he recalled this matter, he suddenly had a different feeling. That is, the main point of this matter was when Tuli would go south. What was the purpose of going south? At this moment, as long as these two problems were confirmed, this matter would be easily solved. After all, the matter of the Turkic Great Snow was almost certain. If Tuli really wanted to go south, why would he station himself in these two places? Moreover, it was widely publicized. This did not conform to the logic of development. In particular, to the east was Yuzhou and Lijing's 100,000 elites, and to the south was Cheng and City. Although there weren't many garrisons in Shing Prefecture, Feng Prefecture, and the other prefectures along the way, it was more than enough to stop them for 3 to 5 days. This little bit of time was enough for them to go back and help. However, at this time, Li Shimin followed Zhang Feng's way of thinking and made another important discovery. That is, Tuli's purpose this time was not simple. It could be said that he was fighting for Qiuzi, or it could be said that he was simply asking for something. Only by figuring out these two things could he know Tuli's real purpose this time. At this time, Li Shimin's mind was being massaged by Empress Zhangsun, and he understood more and more things. When Empress Zhangsun's hands began to tremble, Li Shimin held her and said gently, "Maid Guanyin, come, I'll give you a massage." Empress Zhangsun heard this, covered her mouth and smiled, and said, "Your Majesty, forget it. Seeing that your Majesty has recovered, I feel very gratified." Hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes were slightly moist. Maid Guanyin, he took the opportunity to hold Zhangsun in his arms. But at this moment, two very small voices sounded outside the imperial study. However, Li Shimin and Qin Haodong had already heard it. As if they had been electrocuted, they quickly separated. Li Shimin coughed and asked somewhat angrily, "Why are you quarreling outside?" Outside the door, Zhangsun Wuji's voice suddenly sounded, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Empress Zhangsun blushed when she heard this. She glared at Li Shimin with some anger and then said, "Then I'll leave first." After Empress Zhangsun left, Zhangsun Wuji, Yu Qigong, Qing Yao Jin, and Qin Qiong entered the imperial study one after another. Li Shimin sat on the dragon chair as usual and said, "What's the matter?" "Your Majesty, just now there was news from Longyu. Liangzhou, Shazhou, Shizhou, and Qiuzi City had continuous heavy rain today. The weather suddenly dropped, and countless soldiers were frostbitten. The situation in Qiuzi City is quite serious now." Hearing this, Li Shimin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked in a trembling voice, "What did you say? When did this happen?" Yu Qigong took out a report from his arms with a dignified expression and handed it to Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, this is the military report that was just sent back from Qiuzi. Your Majesty, please take a look." Chapter 1657. When Li Shimin heard this, his face instantly changed. Yu Qigong did not hesitate and presented the memorial to the emperor. The content of the memorial was actually very simple. It was a lack of military supplies. In other words, winter clothes. Seeing this, Li Shimin's face gradually turned cold. The memorial was sent from Liangzhou, Ganzhou, Shazhou, and other places 5 days ago. These places were located at the foot of Mount Qilian. Due to the low temperature a few days ago, the snow on Mount Qilian that never melted all year round had caused an avalanche. The temperature instantly dropped. In addition, due to the low temperature in the past 2 days, traces of snow had already appeared in these places. The garrison in Longyu Road accounted for more than half of the total military strength of the Tang Dynasty. At this time, these soldiers were still using the military equipment of previous years, or the military uniforms and armors of summer and autumn. Compared to the unpredictable weather in Longyu Road, Li Shimin instantly frowned. This matter was too serious. However, right at this time, Yuchi Gong once again said, "Your Majesty, the accompanying messenger said that this time, Longyo's matter is far more serious than this memorial. The reserves of the various provinces and prefectures are practically all in a state of emergency. If the court still doesn't respond, who knows, in another half a month, it might. Is there any news from Chotzi?" Li Shimin was most concerned about Chotzi. In the end, this matter could be solved. If something happened to Chotzi, then, the problem would be really big. At this moment, Li Shimin suddenly thought of a terrifying matter and hurriedly asked, "Have you seen the Crown Prince?" At this question, their expressions changed instantly. "Your Majesty, didn't we agree that the Crown Prince would go to Chotzi City from the Chang and barracks with Niu Jijie tomorrow?" Qing Yaojin and the others did not know why the emperor asked this at this time, but they still reminded him. Now that he said this, Li Shimin just remembered, but at this moment, he suddenly had a thought that he did not want the Crown Prince to go to the front line. And he also believed that these people seemed to have come in the middle of the night for this matter. Li Shimin took a deep breath and said, "Speak. Did you come here so late at night because of the Crown Prince?" In the beginning, he hadn't thought about it. However, when he thought about it, of all times, this memorial had to come at this time. Furthermore, it was delivered right here. Moreover, these people had come together. It would be strange if there was no problem. Seeing this, Qin Yaojin and the others said, "Your Majesty, this is a serious matter. I think it's better to wait until after tomorrow's morning court. What do you think? After all, the Crown Prince's personal expedition is a major event. At this time, such a big thing happened in Chotzi and Longyu Road. If we go to Chotzi at this time, it will definitely make the court uneasy. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Although this matter doesn't seem to be a big problem for the time being, it will be a big problem once there is a problem, Your Majesty. This official requests the Emperor to take back the order. The matter of the Crown Prince guarding the border needs to be discussed separately." Qing Yaojin and the people from the military department were anxious. They all knelt down. After all, they had all been Li Shimin's generals, and the Crown Prince was related to the continuation of the Tang Dynasty. This could not be a trifling matter. In the past, going to the border with Niu Jinda and the refined equipment would not be a big problem. But now, the sudden change in weather, the heavy snow stuck between Kucha and Chang'an, and the sudden drop in temperature could instantly affect the morale of the army. In the past, it would have been fine, but in this weather, the soldiers were hungry and cold, and their morale was slack. Moreover, they were facing an army of more than 300,000 Turkic and Indian soldiers, perhaps even more. At this time, they would definitely take advantage of this and send out their troops. At that time, once the morale of the soldiers was shaken, it would cause irreparable losses. At this time, even if the Crown Prince went, it would not be of much use. On the contrary, it would be a signal for both sides to send out their troops. At this time, everyone began to worry. Li Shimin was also somewhat vexed. Enough. Do you think I'm willing? I'm sure you all know what happened in Chang'an City last time. Without the Crown Prince's intelligence, how could the rebellion be judged overnight? This is really what I and the Tang Dynasty need. If he can solve the siege of Chang'an, why can't he solve the siege of Chotzi? Don't you believe in the Crown Prince? Or don't you believe in Zhang Feng and the military science developed by Zhang Feng? At this time, in an instant, everyone's doubts came to an abrupt end. That was right. They could not believe in Li Qingqian. After all, they watched Li Qingqian grow up. He was timid, overthinking, and always indecisive. But after Li Shimin told them what happened in Chang'an last time, they suddenly realized that the Crown Prince was no longer the Crown Prince of the past. And today, everything in the phosphate fertilizer factory was almost handled by the Crown Prince alone. And these things seemed to have never been seen before, although today, when facing Cui Yingying, he was a little lost and everyone was worried that the Crown Prince would do something bad. But to their surprise, they were after the dispute between Cui Yingying and Zhang Feng, the Crown Prince could distinguish the pros and cons in a short time. When had they seen this before? What did this mean? This meant that the Crown Prince had really grown up.